Out there.
Yeah. Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated, everyone. Can't believe I'm doing this, but I am. I should tell you at the start that I'll be calling some people out of order right away. Welcome, everyone, to the December 17th meeting of City Council. I'd ask for confirmation to approve the agenda, please.
I'll move the agenda, and I think we're going to add the minutes from the 10th.
Budget meeting, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Seconder, please. Councillor Bresciani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And a motion to adopt the November 26th meeting of Council and then the December 10th meeting of City Council as well. Okay. Councillor Fundura, seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We get into tabled reports and related bylaw. The Heritage Building Rehabilitation, Henderson Terrace. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This is from the Finance and Administration Committee, where it was approved. It's a recommendation for heritage work, for heritage tax exemption to be done on Henderson Courts, which is a condominium, a distinctive-looking condominium on Leopold Crescent. The kind of work that is being done is, just bear with me, restoration work, repair of exterior brick and stucco, repair of window sills and windows, replacement of a dormer, replacement of south porches, and replacement of original landscaping. The Finance Administration Committee had no trouble with this. The total cost in terms of the cost of the exemption is in 2018 figures is municipal portion is $12,811. The education portion is $7,451. The library portion is $1,186. I'd seek approval.
Thank you. I could a seconder for that, please. Councillor Bresciani. Discussion on the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce on the Residential Road Renewal Program Alternatives Treatment Options.
So I'll move CR 18-120, which is the Residential Road Renewal Program Alternative Treatment Options. The recommendations is that City Council endorse the pilot implementation of alternative treatment options as described in the report for 2019, and for City Council to direct administration to return to Public Works Infrastructure by third quarter 2019 with a full plan based on the pilot methodology of 2020 and beyond, outlining what's in the report, including financial implications, estimates for the rate of progress, and redefinition of the target, assessment of the impact using the proposed approach on service to the residents as well as the response. So we discussed this. If I could have seconder. Seconder
for that, please. Councillor Young.
Thank you. We discussed this at length at Public Works and felt this was a good opportunity to actually grow our residential road renewal program with some good technologies that are available now, and maybe administration would like to add to that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Bryce, for the administration, any comments? John Wright.
Through your worship. So this new program would see resurfacing of residential roadways without doing additional cement work or underground work. It will advance the program. Currently, there are 137 kilometers of roads in poor condition. It will advance that in terms of the amount of roadway system that can actually be done. So under the current program, there's approximately 2 kilometers of roads that are done. In this pilot program, there will be 10 to 11 kilometers of road work that will be able to be done. It does not address any pooling or collection of water, as this is just a resurfacing of an existing road. There's criteria that is laid out and reviewed as to what will allow for resurface versus a rebuild, and also taking into consideration cement work or underground work, which is done in conjunction with conversations with waterworks. So there's in-depth work done ahead of time. It's not just randomly picked. And there's a schedule that will be laid out in the future as to which roads will be addressed using this new method. Administration will bring a report back to Public Works in Q3 of 2019 that will outline the results of the work as it's been done through the pilot program, comments back from residents that have been involved in the impact in those areas, and that will determine what the program will look if again approved after the pilot by council, what the program would look like for 2020 and future years.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. We do have other speakers. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. This program answers a motion brought forward at Council because the 35 to 36 years to get to all of our poor roads was just not acceptable. So we asked for a goal for how to bring the number of years down, and they have met that goal in spades. And what I like about it is that the whole aspect of an asset is considered in a different way. Instead of the road being the asset and all of the planning following that, the experience or the service to people is also an asset. And so this brings down the number of years that it will take. They won't get rebuilds as fast, but they'll be able to drive on their roads, and we'll have to deal with excessive pooling if that happens. But you've already done some of that in past work. I have a couple of roads where they've just done some rehab, and they're drivable, and people are happy. So I am really pleased with the way this has gone forward. This is the last year of the 1% tax, and we'll have, is it over $16 million in that fund now every year to spend on residential roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for this report. I just do have a question in regards to the layer of paving that's going to go over. Sometimes we get residents are concerned with the lip that comes up to their driveway. So how will that be communicated to the homeowner? Because there will be now a lip. How will that be? If the street's done, how will that work?
Mr. Onright.
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle.
Through you, Your Worship. That really shouldn't be an issue because this is a thin lift treatment. They will still go in and mill the edges of the pavement next to the concrete. I believe what Councillor Bresciani is talking about is when some of the rebuilds happen, the grades get adjusted, or in the past where we've overlaid the gutters. Yeah. That is not the plan in this case.
Great, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just wondering on changing it up or efficiencies. I'd sent Mr. Kyle a picture last year. I was driving back from Calgary, and in the middle of the highway, in the ruts where the semis put more pressure on it, they basically cut and stripped it, like probably 3 to 2.5, 3 feet wide, where the trailers would go. So what I'm wondering about, and then I'm driving down some of the streets, and the middle of the road is in rough shape. The parking sides, if you go down Robinson Street as an example, it's tough to get two cars to pass each other. But is there any way that we could look at even taking a wide swath down the middle, leave the parking alone, because 90% of them are all decent, and it's the main part of the road that people drive on that needs a bit of attention, and that might give us a little bit more road work able to do. It seemed to work good on the highways, and like I said, it was about a 2 to 3 foot strip on each tire, and if we look at that and take a 12-foot swath down the middle of Scar Street, it would sure make the street a lot safer to drive on. The parking side, well, as long as there's no big potholes and things like that, maybe that's something to look at as well. So just a thought as to maybe, sorry, excuse me, I got a cold, spending the money a little more wisely. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to report?
Oh, one more. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Are there any side effects of this treatment approach that people should be made aware of? You already mentioned the pooling issue. Of course, this is, I don't want to say an interim fix, but not a full rebuild as you mentioned. Level of potholes, being that we're not fixing the underground structures, there's going to be people commenting about water main breaks after a road's been done. We're kind of anticipating that. If you guys could comment on that for a moment.
Mr. Onrait?
To your worship. So I think when you look at a program like this, the risk is that you may have to address underground work near future. That's the risk. The reward is that it gets the roadway systems that can just take a lift through discussions with waterworks, through the engineering work that is done to determine whether or not there is underground work that needs to be done and the cement work. The risk is that 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, or it could be a year down the road, you could have failure in a certain area. But I'll ask Mr. Kyle to further comment.
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, your worship, a couple of risks are the ponding is mentioned, that won't be addressed. The concrete will not be addressed as well. That may be a concern with residents. The utilities, although it's a risk, we're not looking at it as a huge risk because it's not like we're doing an entire rebuild. The treatment we're doing is very cost effective, so if there is a repair, it's not like we've invested a large amount of money in it. We still take that into account, and this will only be on roads that the structure can actually handle our equipment. So if the road structure can't handle our equipment, we won't be doing this type of treatment to it because of the exact reason, like you're saying, failures and potholes.
Thank you. I just wanted to be real clear that there was some risks we were taking on and aware of them while we were making the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manselli. Councilor Bryce to close debate.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions to finish up. So one is, what's going to happen to all of those roads that were on the list to be done in 2019? Are they all going to switch over to this, or are they going to be given the program that was the old program?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle?
So a good majority of, through your worship, a good majority of those will still be on the program, especially the rebuild locations under the POR. There may be some shifting of some of the good roads and fair roads in order to allow the treatment to go further, but we anticipate a large majority of them will still be on the program.
So how many kilometers will be done in the pilot project this coming year? Through you, your worship.
Mr. Kyle? Or Mr. Onrait?
Your worship, under the new program, there can be 10 to 11 kilometers of work done under the new program.
Perfect. Mr. Onrait mentioned about work being scheduled into the future, and I think I bring this up every year or a number of times throughout the year. When are we going to reach a point where a resident can go online on our website, put in their street, and see when it's due to be repaired? Through you, your worship.
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kyle to comment.
Mr. Kyle?
Through you, your worship, I don't know if we have the technology for that online mapping at this stage, but we would propose to be able to bring a 3-year plan as a minimum back to council prior to the 2020 construction season based on the results of the 2019 work.
Okay, based on that answer, I'll ask one more question, maybe one or two more questions. Mr. Kyle just said we don't know if we have the technology. I know we're doing work on our website. So will we have the technology to do that?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, I don't have that answer tonight. I think that will be and has been a conversation with our IT group as they rebuild the website. There will be more to it than actually just posting it on the website. Ideally, this would be live, a live document that people can have a look at and know where the construction sites are. But that'll definitely be a discussion we'll be having in the future.
Thank you. I think I have this discussion every year, so I'm hoping that's added to the website so the residents are able to go online and see when their street is due to be done. Because I think that's important for people to know, and they don't feel that they're calling their councillor or the city every year and nothing's being done. At least they can see there's a plan in place moving forward. This program that's being presented tonight is pushing forward our residential road renewal program. We weren't happy with the number of kilometers that were being done every year. We've asked, as Councillor Young said, we've asked for something innovative to come forward to see how we can fix that problem. So I'm glad to see this tonight, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. I'm going to call a question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll go to bylaw on the heritage properties. Councillor Young.
2018-50, the Conservation of Heritage Properties Tax Exemption for Henderson Terrace, located at 3038 3060 18th Avenue, bylaw 2018. I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that bylaw 2018-50 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2018-50 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2018-50 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2018-50 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Young. We'll move on to the public notice bylaw and related report. We have a city manager's report for the 2019 meeting schedule. Mr. Clerk, do you want to start us off on this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, before you have the three options that I was requested to prepare for you for consideration of the 2019 meeting calendar. Just to summarize for you, all three options, the similarities there are that they all have dedicated days set in June of 2019 for consideration of the Zone Forward project. There is a vacation break in all options with respect to July and August. The budget dates for next year are set in December 19, and the new Priorities and Planning Committee has also been established in all the calendars. The distinctions are options A and options B are largely the same. That is moving the majority of meetings of council and committee meetings to Wednesdays. The only difference between the two of them is that because of the way their stat holidays fell, the SUMA convention, etc., we sometimes move meetings, say, to a Tuesday, and sometimes we move them to a Thursday. So they are largely the same, but you see them congregated around Wednesdays. The other significant change with both of them is that the meeting times for committees that have traditionally been at 4 o'clock, some will now move to 9 in the morning, some will move to 4 in the afternoon, and the executive committee will meet at 1 in the afternoon. Option C is largely status quo. It follows the traditional schedule of meetings, council on Mondays, and the committees on various days of the week. There will be no distinct time change for anything, and we will be adding the new Priorities and Planning Committee to that schedule. That is really the only distinctions that have been made. We feel that the Planning and Priorities Committee in any of these three options will fulfill its main objective and mandate to take off some of the pressure from executive and council committee meetings that have been taking place as of late. So with that, Mr. Mayor, if there's any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. There are. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through your worship, I'm speaking in favor of either option 1 or 2. This motion kind of essentially came from members of council that do have part-time jobs in other capacities, and allowing for consistency for those members is quite important. Also allowing for consistency for the general public, always knowing that whether it's a committee of any kind or council in and of itself or executive committee is going to be on a Wednesday for the majority of the time. I think it's quite important for openness and transparency. So that's why I'm speaking in favor of option 1 or 2. Thanks.
Councillor Murray, if you're going to move a motion, because we have no motion on the floor, could you choose either A or B just so we have something to deal with?
Sure. I'll take a motion for option 2. Thanks.
Option B?
Yeah, option B.
B. Okay.
Yeah,
do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Mancinelli. Okay. So we have on the floor option B. Discussion on the report on the option. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Oh, thanks. I thought you had a list of people.
It's going.
Personally, I like the status quo simply because you're leaving the meeting times at noon for public to come here, 4:30 to come here, 4 o'clock to come here during a planning meeting or a works and utilities. And if you skew with those, then you're asking the public to change. The other thing that bumping the executive meeting later, history has repeated that we're having longer meetings, which means our staff have to stay later, which means in some cases overtime, some not. But the biggest thing I think is that it's consistent. It is all over the place. It's not. We're not going to run into 2 meetings in one day, and if one overlaps, I think this planning and priority thing is going to take away some of the burden of the executive committee meetings that we've been running till 4:30, 5 o'clock. So some of those will go from there, bypass executive, and go right to council. Council is another animal, but a lot of times it takes a little less time because it's more regimented than in speaking, whereas in executive, we could speak 4 or 5 times. Administration can voice their opinions. There's a lot of delegations. I'm in favor of. I'm only in favor of option C or Appendix C, simply because we know what we're getting into, and we're going to make a few changes to make it better. And I have my other job is sort of flexible too, but having to kill a whole day to go to meetings when I could have a 2-hour meeting and a 1-hour meeting on a Wednesday and a Friday and a Thursday. It seems to be a lot easier to do that, and I'm just thinking if you're on a more fixed schedule, I think you could easier take away a couple hours as opposed to taking the whole day off every other week to spend at executive and planning and committee. So I like Appendix C for the staff, the residents, for council consistency, as well as Councillor Murray mentioned consistency, but I think the way we have it is pretty consistent. It's just that some of the meetings are a little bit longer. The planning and priorities will help alleviate some of those burdens, I'm pretty sure. So I stand with C.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you very much. I agree with Councillor Murray about the consistency, and I do prefer concentrating the dates onto Wednesdays. Could the clerk repeat the principal difference between option A and B? Struggling to find a big difference.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for example, I'll just try to find one here. If you're looking, let's take us to the week of February 11th. Because we have SUMA, you were committed to going to SUMA the week before. Option A has meetings spread out on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of that week. Option B condenses all of them on the 12th and the 13th. So that again that's just one of the examples. That happens about 3 or 4 times, where sometimes we aggregate them on one day or the other, but they're not markedly different.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Flagel. I think the status quo is a good move for us. I think it's good to look at this every couple of years and see what differences we can make. But I do agree that having them a little bit more spread out, giving the public time to actually come and spend a couple of hours with us instead of having to worry about the whole day is a good option. And as a councillor, I just couldn't take a whole day a week off of my regular job as well, just to be at committee meetings that day too. So it just, to me, it's spread out and it makes sense to me, and it gives the councillor also a break between meetings if they're on a number of committees. Sometimes we have a lot of paperwork to go through, electronic paperwork to go through, and a lot of research to do with things that are coming on for the agenda depending on what committee you're on. So it just spreads it out a little bit so it's not all condensed on the one day.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Councillor Mancinelli.
I think I got this ball rolling through you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to say that I plan to stand with Councillor Stevens and Councillor Murray, working a full-time job and taking this on as well, having that dependable day of Wednesday to know when my work is due for council, being able to concentrate on that way, as well as tell coworkers from my other job that maybe they can't rely on me as much as Wednesdays. Gives me a little bit of foundation to plan around. So I really appreciate that option, and that's what I'll be backing.
Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I agree with the motion with Councillor Murray, Councillor Stevens, and Councillor Mancinelli. I think I can understand for someone who has a full-time job to have to rearrange their schedule, to have to take travel time to and from City Hall on 2 or 3 or 4 days a week is problematic. And I think there's a certain convenience in having these meetings all scheduled in one block of one day of time where possible. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. What if I could ask the clerk a question? When this motion came forward, I wonder if he consulted with Saskatoon to see how, after having done this process, as it is in 1 and 2, if they have any wisdom to share.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, discussions with Saskatoon, they've instituted it on Mondays. Now, they have fewer committees than we do, at least fewer main committees of council. So their scheduling, I think, is a little, it's alleviated in some cases because they have 2 main committees meeting on the first Monday of the month, morning, afternoon, to the following Monday, their executive committee on the following Wednesday, and then council. So they don't have as many aggregating. They have other committees, and I'm not aware of how those fit into their schedule. Okay. They instituted it a couple of years ago. The only issue there is that again, it's somewhat anecdotal, is that when there are meetings in the morning, sometimes it doesn't work that well for people at 9 o'clock in the morning to come downtown for a meeting. Conversely, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But again, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because some people don't like 4 o'clock or at noon here. So.
Gotcha. Thank you. So, just to follow up on that point, if I could, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk, was there any notion of attendance? Did they make any reference to you that when they switched there was less public attendance or any problem with council making a commitment in terms of attendance?
Mr. Clerk?
Your Worship, through to Councillor O'Donnell, again, not a lot of discussion about that. I don't think, from my understanding, that their council meetings and their committee meetings are necessarily any higher attendance than we have.
Okay.
Again, it was the only concerns I've heard is that first, at least when they first implemented it, that it was quite a change for people to attend at 9 in the morning or 1 in the afternoon.
Sure. Thanks very much. I was actually hoping for a little bit more passion here on the floor, to hear that this would change people's lives or something. I'm not quite hearing that. For me, it really doesn't matter what time the meeting is from a personal level, but that's not how I'm going to vote. The vote for me is, so we have a number of folks that work, and I'm also wishing to look to the forward. If this makes sense, has made sense in other jurisdictions, I'm willing to give it a go, so I'm going to be supporting the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Findura, please.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I rise to support the to stay with status quo. For me, the work I do outside the City Hall, the volunteer work and all that, the status quo suits me. That's just me. And as well with citizens coming to see us at 4 o'clock, I just can't seem to wrap myself around to put in a whole day here. I mean, we did that. We could do it. But for me, it's status quo works. I mean, I do agree. I understand what the challenges. We all have challenges. But for me, C would be the point. I can spend 2-3 hours here, which is no problem. We're not that far from where I work. To sit around, my phone rings regardless where I am. But C works for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. For me, either schedule works. Option B or option C, I'm flexible to I'm fine moving to B if we think that that is going to have help getting people here. I think one of the things that I really hope that we can improve is engaging the public to get them here to our meetings. So I'd like to just ask the clerk if I could, have we ever asked the general public when they would like to see our times of when would be beneficial for them to meet?
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Bresciani's question, during my tenure here, I don't recall us ever having explicitly asked the public. But what I can share with you is that the view of the public, at least insofar as those who express an opinion or ask our office for guidance or questions on submitting, it is all over the map. Again, Executive Committee on Wednesdays at 11:45 works nicely for some people, but others will say they have to get back to their office by 1 o'clock. Some people can't get here for committee meetings at 4 o'clock, but they can come at 5:30 for council. So again, I can't give you anything really definitive other than the ad hoc discussions that we had.
Thank you for that. One of the things I noticed at our executive meetings that depending on when people are called, they could be here all afternoon anyway, right? If they can't stay, they can't stay. So maybe there is no perfect scenario, but I mean, for myself, I'm happy to go to B if that's easier for the working group to make that happen so we can, again, have council here together as many times as we can. So, and I do have one other question for the clerk, if I could. Can I just ask, as far as the work that you would need to do is if we do look at B, is there enough time to get everything time to executive and council and all that?
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Bresciani's question, that has a couple of implications. One, which I would like to, was going to be raising with the mayor, is that the next item on the agenda was the procedure bylaw, where council had previously directed that the distribution of agenda materials occurs on a Wednesday. I would respectfully suggest that if everything is moving to a Wednesday for meetings, trying to distribute to the following next meeting with Wednesday with the staff is problematic. So I think that with respect that it would perhaps either go back to where it was on Friday or even the Thursday. But I would ask for my staff's benefit that it not stay on the Wednesday, which is the same. Absolutely. With respect to staffing the meetings, I think that is something that we can do. There will come times when the committee meetings might be running very close to council, i.e. the week before. And normally we would have a 2-week break in between the last committee to council to give members of the public who wanted to make a delegation request to appear at council time to submit their written forms. I think we're either going to be incredibly flexible with that now, which may not provide you with the adequate time to review the materials, or we're going to have to accept them late, or they might be very brief. I just don't know. That's the real impact is there's not going to be as much time between the last committee meeting of the month and the council meeting.
Thank you for that. That is very, very important. That's something that I know I've raised in the past. I think the people of Regina deserve notice to get things in, but also us as a council have time to go out and ask questions. So I cannot support it just with that. I'd have to go back to the status quo until we can work out something better for everybody. But it's important for the residents to have some time, as well as council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wish we could try B simply because it might work better. But there are two things about status quo that are important to me. One is that I think people could probably come to meetings better at 4 in the afternoon than they could at 9 in the morning. But secondly, status quo gives you a whole week off when there are no meetings usually, which means that you can schedule things. You can go out of town. You can do other things you want to do because there's no meeting you have to stay in town for. So that's why I like the status quo.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. You'll be closing debate, so just for a moment. Councillor Young, can you take the chair, please?
Mayor Coucher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. I don't care either way. The three options are all very workable. From my perspective, I'm here all day, so it doesn't affect me directly. But I just ask members to consider the following. We're choosing the times that we meet after we chose the committees that we're on. And usually we do it the other way around, so people may now have a hard time jamming something up on a Wednesday, whereas I thought the meetings would be on a Tuesday or a Thursday. So I would suggest that we go with the status quo for 2019 and plan to have a or B option used in 2020. Therefore, we can plan the committees we want to sit on to make sure we're there properly. Because I think that I would, if I was a member of council, city councilor, I would have chosen, because I had another job, my committees based upon my availability of my work and knowing it would be on a certain day of the week. So I can go either way with that, but I ask members to consider that option that we look at it for 2020 and do the status quo this year. See if the pressure's off these committees, that the Planning and Priorities Committee actually reduces some of the pressure as well. Something to think about. Councilor Murray, you want to close debate?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship, I'd like to thank members for the respectful dialogue regarding this. I know this is can be a personal issue for a lot of members. I would also like to remind council the reason we're discussing this publicly is because it was almost difficult getting quorum at the last meeting that we had where we did discuss this. So the reason this is coming forward is because it is an issue for some members, and I think that's the reality. Is it's a significant issue enough that it's been brought forward. If it wasn't a big issue, members wouldn't have brought it forward. So I'd like them to remember that at this vote. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilor Murray. You have closed debate, so I'll call the question. The motion on the floor is for option B. If option B is defeated, then we will go to vote on the alternative. So I'm going to call the question. Those in favor of option B? Five. Those against? Motion is defeated. So I'll need a motion to confirm. We have option A or C here.
Thanks. I would like to propose that we look at option C or appendix C.
Status quo.
Status quo.
Can you have a seconder for that, please?
Thank you.
Councilor Bryce? I think we've talked about this, so do we need any further debate on it?
I would like to just say a couple of...
You have the floor.
Unless somebody else wants to speak first.
No, you have the floor. You moved the motion.
Okay, yeah, I'm still moving the motion. The status quo, and there's a couple of other things that were brought up, but if we look at our schedules, and a lot of us have taken, the last meeting is Wednesday, and then we're good till the following weekend. And then to have council on a Wednesday, I think we need the Monday and the weekend to bring things forward. And I noticed on the one schedule, it was, and it gives CPS was on the 22nd and council was on the 27th. That still doesn't give administration enough time. Whereas when you back it up to where it is now, they're getting roughly 10 days or 2 weeks to put reports together. I don't disagree with the timing, and maybe we'll look at it again. But I think the one thing that the mayor did bring up that does make some sense is that 9 o'clock in the morning, it's not my favorite spot, and I'm sitting on CPS now at 9 a.m. as opposed to status quo at 4. So, and I think public consultation will be a lot better. Public engagement will be better at the times. 11:45 executive starts. You could have 8 delegations speak and get back to work. So, I'd like to stay with status quo.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. There's no further discussion. Councilor Bresciani.
Just on that, I'd like to ask, though, as I spoke earlier about the engagement with residents, is there a chance, if we're going to leave it for a year, if we're going to decide that one of the other options, is there an opportunity to put something on the website to ask, if we host these meetings, is there a better time?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councilor Bresciani's question, certainly we will be implementing or launching the new website in May of 19. We'll also have the mobile app. We have a robust engagement framework. We can certainly work with staff in the engagement office to design, say, a survey question or something that can reach out to the public to better inform us, and that can lead to our discussion perhaps at this time next year to see what we might want to change.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Do I have to make a motion, or is that okay?
No, it's been a motion on the floor already.
Right, okay, good, thank you.
Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Do we need to make a motion to bring this forward again before we choose committees next time, though?
He brings it a year anyway.
Okay, so it'll be before we decide on committee? Okay, perfect. I agree with the status quo for this year because we have chosen committees based on our schedules already this year, so I think it's appropriate to go with that. I would like to see this come forward next year so we can see what committees that we would like to sit on based on our availability on a new schedule, if that's what we choose to do.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. There is no other speakers. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we'll move on to our delegation related. Oh, sorry, the bylaw. That's right. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2018-61, the Procedure Amendment Bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that Bylaw 2018-61 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that Bylaw 2018-61 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consents to Bylaw 2018-61 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that Bylaw 2018-61 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Now we move on to delegation related public notes reports. Before I actually ask the delegation to come forward, I want to recognize that the Speaker of the Legislature is in the audience, Mark Doherty. Welcome to Regina City Hall. I think the rules here are much less engaging than at the Legislature, but welcome to City Hall. So we have a delegation related to the sale of city property to the Regina Huda School. Mr. Abaguda, please. Dr. Abaguda, please come forward. If you can state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and who is with you, and maybe questions from members of council afterwards.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Fougere, respected councillors, administration, and City of Regina team, friends, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery tonight. My name is Ayman Abaguda. I am a cardiologist by profession in Regina since 1992. I'm also the president of Regina Huda School. With me tonight, Mr. Munir Haq, the president of Islamic Association Saskatchewan, Regina, and he's a supporter of the school, and he had already 2 of his kids graduate from the school, and the 3rd one is currently in the high school. I would like to start by thanking and acknowledging the professional help, guidance, and the kind advice we received from the City of Regina team in the past and during the process of acquiring 20 Shepherd Street. We could not do it without their help. The report before you tonight is very thorough, and we do not have much to add. In 1999, a full-time school under the name Regina Huda School was established, and since then, Regina became home to many newcomers simply because of this amenity. Come for the school and stay for the city. We are non-exclusive associate school that caters to the Muslim community with our unique model. Non-Muslim students are welcome if you wish they to attend. All the teachers, and that's unique in Canada, all the teachers are from different faith and cultural groups who opted to work with us and our community. This gives our children the sense of truly growing up Canadian, taught to them by example of how to be a productive part of the society. We emphasize discipline, manners, and academics. We, like everyone in Regina, take pride in insulation, not isolation. We have been welcomed in the neighborhood, and our presence in the north part of the city made the area more peaceful, inviting, and inclusive. In 1999, we started with 20 students, and now we are almost 600 students. And there is, as we speak, we have 80 students currently on the waiting list. Last week, an engineer who had his children attend the school a few years ago called me from Kuwait, asking for help finding a school, international school in Kuwait City for his kids so they can continue their education. I used the connection I have, and 2 names of international American schools were passed to him. He did not find it satisfying to him. So his wife and the 2 children are coming to Regina of the month, attending Regina school, and he's staying behind in Kuwait. He did the same few years ago when he was in Calgary in petroleum industry, and he was commuting back and forth to Regina every couple of weeks to see his family, and his family, 3 children, his wife stayed in Regina simply because of the school. Then he moved to Calgary, and they always praised Regina and the school. Then he had to leave the country because of the petroleum industry, as we all know. We help attract the dearly needed professionals to come to town, and we maintain them. And you all know how many people use Saskatchewan and Regina as a revolving door. So I dare to say that no one of the physicians who came into Regina, the specialist, left Regina after they landed here. And I received personally many calls, and the principal tells me that there's no week passes without receiving a call from overseas, someone asking if there's a room for their students to be. And almost half of those specialists in the cancer agency, they called me to guarantee a seat for their children before they moved here to Regina. And then Regina is home.
You have just under 1 minute left in your time.
We were completed the 40,000th edition. We filled from day one. And we are looking forward to acquire 20 Shepherd Street so we can satisfy the growing needs of our students, an academic, social, and sport facility. We are proud of the city, and when we have our hands together, I am certain Regina will be a better city for us, and we will be, Regina will be the destination for the lucky parents and their families. I'll be happy to answer any question, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions, and we'll start with Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for being here. The land that you're about to acquire, or hopefully acquire, will that meet the needs as you have described your expansion?
I think it will need for years to come.
Yes?
Yes, it
So
will.
would there be enough room there for any kind of development in terms of structure that you would have, but there would also still be an open space, a playground space?
I think it will.
Okay. And I'm curious about when you first moved in, there was an existing school structure, a single-story building there. Will you look at maintaining that? Is that still part of your future?
Yes, we're maintaining the old building, the new addition, and we hope for the new addition later on.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming forward. I'm wondering if you could expand just a little bit on how you propose to use the lands, what the new building will enable you to do that you can't do now.
We filled the current building. Now we have 600 students. It added 14 classrooms and 2 science labs. And so we filled it from day one. We moved in January. We were allowed to move in the building. We moved it filled it, and we have the waiting list. So we have the option either crowd the classrooms again or really keep the standards, the Saskatchewan Canadian standards in education. So we will like to expand having academic buildings, so to speak, purely academic buildings, so to speak. And with that, we can fulfill the need, growing need, natural growing need for the waiting list and more to come. And whoever dealt with waiting list, many people decide that when you have the facility, they will come. So more people will come once you have the facility more than what you have when you're list. Naturally, we learned that, practically we learned that. So that will be academic building. I think that would be good enough for the size of Regina unless we have influx of people as we did a few years ago. In addition to the academic facility, we look for some multipurpose / sporting facility as well. We have a small size gym. So hopefully we can have the open sport area as well. And that's what we're hoping for at this point.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you and welcome to council. I just have a couple of questions about the community. Have you heard anything from your neighbors just to have any input about what's happening?
The neighbors has changed a great deal from the time we started till now. We no longer have vandalism. We no longer have graffiti in our school. I don't know why, but I think the neighborhood has changed drastically. The only thing I heard about from the neighbor, and we always been thankful and apologetic to them, that we were building, we did inconvenience them with the parking. To me, any building we have to have, they will take parking first, then building second. So no matter what it takes, it will be state of the art, which is convenient to the neighbor. That is for sure. Did we do any formal consultation? No. But I know many of our community decide to make that part of the city. Even as a matter of fact, the buildings in front of the school, they're home, and they are increasing in number. That's what I can say.
Thank you. Once you do have a larger gym there in the future, is that something that will be open to the community to, I know that they have scouts and Girl Guides or dance or things like that in other gymnasiums. Is that something that you're able to open for the community at times when your school's not using it?
In theory, yes, and we're already doing that. As a matter of fact, we're doing that. But as you know, the demand in Regina for such facility more than the supply.
Yes.
So even if I say this doesn't guarantee that we will be able to satisfy the need for everyone. Depending, actually, I'm very optimistic that we can do more work once we have extra facility. So I am keen to work with whoever needing to do this, and money is not an issue for us with that. We want activities.
Thank you. At other schools, we have issues with parents dropping kids off in the morning and picking them up at lunchtime or after school. What kind of issues do you have around the school at those times of the day?
We don't have this issue simply because we have transportation. So most of our some of the kids are bused, many brought by their parents. So we have few students who are really living across the street who parents walk them to the school. We provide the bus in the morning and late afternoon. In the mid of the day, whoever have their kindergarten or preschool, they have to come and pick them up, and no kids will be allowed out with just hand to hand.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here this evening.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome. And from me and everybody else, welcome to doing business in Regina. You're more than welcome, so I appreciate the investment that you're doing. When you first started the school, you said there was 589 now. 10 years from now, what do you think your projected number would be in terms of students?
I think we are at 600, probably will reach 1,000 for sure. Yeah. That's what I am thinking of. The question was raised a few times, why don't you acquire a land somewhere else? But whoever asked for that, thinking of convenience and not thinking that you have to duplicate the whole team and infrastructure, everything, exactly. Which is then makes it not easily doable. And then I keep saying, for God's sake, you are so spoiled. This is if you are New York, you are in downtown New York, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Exactly. Now you start to complain about. Yeah. So I think
square footage means a lot different in Regina than New York City.
But I think we are pleasantly spoiled.
So, if I could ask for you, Mr. Mayor, are you building enough for that 1,000 people? For that 1,000 students?
There would be the extra 400, not for 1,000.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 400.
Yes, yes, that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, good. That's good to hear. Because you could always go build a new school at Pump too, at a second level or something like that. But no, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure you're asking for growth, and that's a great thing. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the report. Councillor Hawkins for the Finance Administration Committee meeting on the sale of property at 20 Shepherd Street, the Regina Huda School.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The recommendation from the Finance and Administration Committee is as follows, that the sale of of the City of Regina owned subject property to the Regina Huda School at market value be approved, subject to the approval to sell dedicated lands. Secondly, that the administration be authorized to finalize any order commercially relevant terms and conditions of the sale documents. Third, that the city clerk be authorized to execute the sales agreement as prepared by the city solicitor. And fourth, that the report be forwarded to this meeting of City Council for approval.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Murray.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just have 2 points I want to make. The first is that this is a two-step process. What we're doing tonight is the first step in that two-step process. This is the proposal here is a direct sale of the land to the Huda schools. There will not be, if this passes, an offer to the public, as is normally required. That's what we're dealing with here. And secondly, if that is approved, there is because this is dedicated lands, a second process with approval through the Regina Planning Commission and onto this council will then take place, and that'll be an additional 6 months. The two-step process is working in tandem. It makes sense given the nature of the proposal. The second point I want to make is that this school is highly successful, contributes enormously to the community, underlines our values of inclusiveness. You've heard from the delegation very eloquently how they're building this community, they're building good citizens, and they're bringing new people to the community, and those new people will also contribute to the community. So it's a very good project, and I'd ask your approval for it. I just might add, too, this was enthusiastically supported by the Finance and Administration Committee. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins, for that. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. I don't have my nice red hat on to be thinking mathematics. 8,140 square meters is how much when I'm talking about an acre? Or hectare? Are we dealing with hectares or acres today? Because I see acres a lot, so I'm just wondering.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Salesi.
I'm going to refer that question to Mr. Krawczyk.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So 8,145 square meters would be 0.8 of a hectare. And if you can bear with me for a moment, I can give you the acre conversion on that.
16, so 2 acres, almost? 2.2? It's 2.2 acres.
Sorry.
Are you planning to put an offer in?
No, I was just trying to get a...
That'd be roughly 2 acres.
About 2 acres?
2.01
Okay,
acres.
yeah, because 2.2, isn't it? I think is the calculation. So 2 acres at $681,000 for inside. Thank you for putting the money up front, because this community has done a great amount of work, and this is just perfect, because there's who else would want to build there but to expand onto what's already existing. And if you look at this organization, culture, inclusion, accessibility, social development, social sustainability, social inclusion, there's another one that they've just embarked on, and it's called social capital. And they're reinvesting back into the community in a tangible way to provide services not only to their own organizations but to the rest of the community. So remember the word social capital, because it does make a huge difference when these organizations come forward and spend their well-earned dollars in creating a better community for Regina through the Muslim community, through all the other different community groups and the Boy Scouts and Girl Guides that are going to have a possibility of utilizing these facilities. It helps the city not maybe have to go out and invest our own city dollars to build our own buildings when we can share them, rent, of course, pay rent, of course, with these organizations. And I'm excited about this one. I'm also excited to see how the former pump site is going to turn out as well, because that's going to be a huge investment on this community as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. This is something that our community needs. We've heard there's a waiting list for it. It's also something that community, I don't hear much about this school other than when there's special events, which is a really good thing for our community. They have special events throughout the year, and the community is actually invited to those events. So, so I've heard very little other than the good things that happen at this school. So I think expansion of it makes sense to me. It's good for our community. It's good for the people of Regina as a whole. So I'll leave it at that. I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Barshiani.
Thank you for coming tonight. I too will be in support. I think there's many facets that have been talked about tonight, but I think one of the biggest things is embracing the Muslim community here in Regina. They have a home here. They have a place where they can also build community, and I think it's very important. I love the fact, I think I heard it said, build it and they will come. That is very true. I think it's innovative, and I think it's, thinking into the future, to have more and more people come from wherever to here to our city in Regina. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshiani. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. A couple of thoughts. I have not met the good doctor before, but I can tell you I've heard of him repeatedly. I think it would be fair. I don't think I'm being unfair to say that he had a vision back a number of years ago, and if you can go from a handful of students to many students and want to expand, I'd say that not only was a vision, but that was passion. So I want to compliment him for what he's done. I'd like to also explain the area to you. So beside this is a Catholic church. Adjacent to this is a public elementary school. Adjacent to this is a park space. And adjacent to this is another public high school. I heard the delegation very clearly say, no, this is where we want to be. So think of that in terms of all the people around who would accept, understand, and cherish the fact that that's about as diverse an area as you can get. And so, again, my compliments to all of you. I think that there is a notion here, and I'm wondering if we should perhaps put these folks on the Tourism Regina Board. And by that I mean, if you can attract people because of a school, I wonder if we can take that for other reasons. Now I'm, and I've said this before you a few times, I'm a little older. And so I remember from before when another jurisdiction received the ability to grow a high school or 2, and now 4, and now 5. When I ran high school athletics, we brought in a number of schools into the jurisdiction so that they could all compete athletically. Different faiths, different beliefs, different size buildings, and it works really, really well. There's something very, very strong here, and something that our community benefits from greatly. This is a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to say that Dr. Abaguda came to the public school board in '99, and I was there. And we had just put into place associate schools with the public school board so that they were able to have their own program and their own curriculum, but they do look at the provincial curriculum as well. And they are able to use the human resources of the public school board, and they then are also open to some grant funding from the province. And there wasn't a hesitation among any of the people who had to make the decision. It was a very well done proposal, and you can see how good that decision was by how successful they are now. So congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? I just add my voice of a strong support and a very strong Muslim community, and I visited the school. It's an outstanding school, very well run and integrated within the community. So congratulations. If there's no other speakers on the report, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to delegations, bylaw, and relay reports. Philip Rosenau. I hope I've got that right. If not, I know you'll correct me. If you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Councillor Mayor. Thank you for allowing me this evening here to share on the Pathway Light Report. A bit to myself, my name is Phil Brosingall from Nexon Solar. Our main office here in Regina, and we also operate partnership office in Winnipeg and Edmonton. We have positioned ourselves to be leaders in the renewable energy sector. We envision our city and our province being the leader in making the environmental changes needed for our future generation. We have read the report on the pathway lighting and would like to bring our experience and 100% solar lighting. In the past 2 years, there have been many improvements on these products. The solar lighting that we have been using are built and designed for our climate change right here in Canada. Like made in Canada. Solar lighting opens up possibilities in our city where you might be close to a flood zone, for an example. If you can find a way to install a light where there is no electricity requirement and costs and low maintenance for the light, it opens up visibility, opens options for functional and safety for the public. In the report has been a comparison between LED and solar. This has, here's some data where for the nine years of experience we have accumulated. Let's start with the pricing for individual replacement components price range. So a pathway model lighting, for example, a typical light, typical battery, $89. A Philips LED module, $154. Charge controller, $92. Solar panel, 30 watt, $98. Occupancy sensor, $118. Now, if we go into maintenance expectation for over a 20-year period, battery replacement over 4 to 6 years. Basically, the LED does need to be changed for 20 years because they got a 50,000 hour lifespan. Charge control replacement after 10 to 15 years. For the span of 20 years, there's no need for the solar panel to be replaced. And the occupancy sensor lens after 10 years of life of the light. We believe the maintenance has come down since, for the last 10 years of these lights, down to maybe $75 a year. Overall, solar practice is now making more sense financially because it's payback return, length of time, electrical cost saving. The cost of the unit is now under 10 years with warranty offered up to 25 years, some case service agreement availability. Example of city like Grand Prairie, Alberta, they have started in 2015 with their campground. They have been installing additional lights with solar, and it had been proving from them with this technology. They have cut their maintenance down to 30% and their purchase down to 75% because there's no electrical service for the big saving well on engineering, if any, needed.
Mr. Rosen, you have 1 minute left in your time.
There's over 100 municipalities in Quebec alone and many municipalities in Ontario and also in Alberta that use this technology, solar lighting, including pathways. In Saskatchewan, we have best solar production in Canada to give us a more advantage going with solar. Since 2011, there has been manufacturing of solar lighting in Canada, and they have been adjusting the product to work in our winter climate since then. Thank you for allowing me to present tonight, and I will open for any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward, Mr. Rosenau. So you talked a little bit about the comparison between the maintenance and operating and between solar and standard. Did you say that can you just walk me through, did you say, in the report, it's about $102 per light and $40 for the standard? Is that accurate, or what would?
We're getting from data from the last 9 years. It's more because the battery is good for up to 6 years because we're using a gel technology. It's the only way the technology would actually work because of our climate. So numbers of battery models that the batteries wouldn't last. So I would say more than $75 for maintenance in that category for maintenance.
Thank you. And again, sorry, what did you say the life of the battery is usually?
Up to 6 years.
6 years of the battery, okay. Do you know, you indicated there's a few other cities, or any other cities, because you've been in this business now for a while, which other cities that we would be able to compare to? Just not in Saskatchewan, but...
Yeah, in Alberta, I'm very familiar with their program they're running there. They have been using this solar lighting since 2015, and they have not changed any light bulbs yet. They're still on the same batteries, and it's been since 2015. Now that's only 4 years range. But the manufacturer is saying up to 6 years.
Up to 6 years, okay. The other question, this is the last question I had, is you said the life cycle is, again, does it matter of the grade of light that you purchase, or is it, the life cycle of it is that dependent?
Yeah, it's a range of about 50,000 hour range for the light. In this specific application, the LED they're using in this application, it doesn't really matter the size of the light. It's the same component they're using, whatever size it is. But the thing they're using, some of these manufacturers, is they're using the same component as a regular light they would use as a standard light, and they transform the light into a solar light. So they're adding the other components, but this light can actually be transformed into an electrical light eventually if needed. So that's the trick of this light, is to make sure that we're not using a light that is completely reinvented, because that's where you have too much parts now there that could be changed, and that brings up the maintenance costs. So.
Thank you. One last question through your worship. There was indicated that in one of the cities that they had talked about, a smaller center, they had trouble getting parts. I don't know if any of these, some of the ones I know you talked about at one time had some cameras, but is there an issue getting parts for some of these for the solar now, or maybe back then there was?
It depends which light manufacturer we use. If we use Canadian-made lights, it's very easy to get the parts. They can also implement camera surveillance system, temperature sensors, gas sensors. There's a whole wide range of sensors that you can implement in the lights. That's why these lights are now used in cities where they want to transform a city into a smart city, so where all can be monitored. So no, there's no issues to get some of these parts.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thanks, Councilor Brashani. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Interesting presentation. I just want to narrow the maintenance question down a little bit. Is that primarily a question of battery life?
Pardon me?
Is that, when you talk about maintenance, are you really talking about battery life, or are there other maintenance complications beyond battery life?
The biggest maintenance is the battery. So the panel itself don't need to be changed. In other places like, let's say, BC, where they have more snow, that there might be an application where the snow has to be flush off from the panel, but we don't have that issue here.
Okay. You mentioned that you do this, this system is being used in Grande Prairie in Alberta. I believe you also mentioned in Ontario, Quebec, these systems are being used. Looking across North America, what's the jurisdiction where they're using them that they've been operative the most? Is there anywhere where this system has been operative for longer than 4 years?
From the database from one of the manufacturers, It's been up and running 9 years in Canada. But in Europe, they've been having this technology for longer than that. But I would say in the country here, 9 years. We have some lighting here in the province, but not enough database. They just installed this year. So,
And looking at the 9-year example and maybe some of the European examples, have there been maintenance problems? What has the maintenance cost been like? Do you have data on that yet?
yes, there's been many problems in the years before because the technology was so new. Now they're using a better battery and also the solar panel. So I would say from the 5 years from before till now, there's been a huge improvement. And I would say some lights that's been there, especially in Grand Prairie, for 4 years now, they have not changed nothing on the light.
And finally, one last question, and you may have touched on this. Do you have any communities that are using this system as a pilot? That is to say, they're using a more traditional system generally, whether it's LED or electric. Is there any case that you know of where there's a pilot going on? And if so, do you know the results of that pilot?
There is some case in province of Quebec.
Yes.
To know the extreme of the detail, I couldn't answer you, but there is a lot of case study over there because the manufacturing is happening in Quebec, some in Ontario as well, but there's many database in Quebec as well because there's over 100 municipalities using the technology as of now.
That's helpful. Your Worship, I could have one other question. As you may know, Regina has just passed a motion that we be a renewable city. Did that come to your attention when you were making this proposal, or when you had the idea that Regina might be interested in your kind of solar system?
Well, no, it definitely came to my attention when the city passed that motion. We're very excited about that because it's if we're focused on renewable energy in our city where we're based, that's not even implementing it, that's really hard for us to, it's almost like the city's working against the renewable energy, where it's a big factor right now. It's an urgency that we need to be on this, not financially, it's not about that, but it's about what's going on in the world and to just try to get a better life for our generation to come.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. You'd mentioned in your presentation that there were jurisdictions where solar lighting was installed where in areas that are prone to flooding, where you wouldn't have underground electrical infrastructure. In those examples, did a policy change that allowed this kind of lighting? I'm thinking of some examples here, but was it able to move a utility or a civic policy that allowed lighting because it was solar?
Probably yes, because a lot of situation that you may have some danger of bringing power because of low water or flood area that could cause damage or it wouldn't be the investment to do it. So it opens a lot of door because now we don't have to deal with bringing in services that before that would be an additional cost. Now it opens up the option of making sure that area could be safe because now we can have lighting.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, you mentioned the batteries and their very limited life cycle. What happens to them afterwards? Do you retrofit them and then put them back in circulation, or is it waste?
Good question. This type of battery is no longer the way they basically, a lot of batteries in the past, they were not able to recycle them 100%. This type of battery, if you look up the gel battery, it's 100% recyclable. And that's why it's a really good incentive. Also, we're promoting renewable energy. It's very important what we're using that we can also recycle, because if we're adding X amount of batteries in our society, now we would be opening another problem. But yeah, they're 100% recyclable, the chemical and also the casing itself, because they reuse the chemical. So whatever is that chemical is, And there's a lot of natural stuff in like silica in there, so that makes it 100% recyclable.
Great, thank you. Could you tell me a little bit about the deterioration of the solar panels? I know there's a decrease in efficiency on an annual basis. What are these like in your expertise?
Well, because the solar panel is so small on the light, compared to, let's say you put a solar panel on the building or the home, you're looking at almost 400 watt, compared to 30 watt panel on the typical battery light that we're looking at here. The degrade is so little because usually you would compensate about 5% on the degrade, after so many years. But the manufacturers now are guaranteeing 25 years of production on the solar panel, and that's based on a 400 watt panel. So the degrade on the small little 30 watt panel is basically nothing.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, in the municipalities you cited, how many of them are bound by some kind of long-term service agreement? So if you procure this technology through a company, are you then bound to use that company to replace the batteries, all of the infrastructure, or is it simply then up to the municipality to develop their own in-house expertise?
It's up to the municipality. Many application is training comes in play. It could be a service agreement that we would come in and service the product for so many years. But the benefit is the municipality would maintain the product and change. Example, the battery, for example, they would just change the battery and put the new one, and put the battery in the recycling channel where it's supposed to go.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Rosenthal. If we're talking about environmental spots, so if you put a normal, today's standard park light, and the weight of it would be 500 pounds, I don't know. Is there a difference in the weight and the whole structure going into the ground that would maybe help not have to dig such big piles? And what about the installation part of it?
Yeah. So the light itself, we're going to stick with the pathway light, okay?
Sure.
The light itself is the same component. I would say it's pretty much close the same weight.
Okay.
Because the battery is so light. Because if you look at the traditional light, but still LED light, no solar, they're pretty, built pretty heavily. But the solar, what they came up with to implement the solar and the battery, they have to make sure, because what they did, they would use the same light pole and just convert the lights into the solar light. So that application is doable. But a lot of times, especially in pathways where you don't want to do any damage to your landscape, so we just put a screw pile and bolt a post on it, and done deal. So this way there's no digging or coming with big equipment damaging the pathways.
Yeah, good, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering about, you say replacements, but so if you had 5 blocks of park space, as an example, and you needed today's conventional, say you needed 40 lights, would you need 40 lights of solar to do the same amount of lighting, or would you use less or more? Or?
It all depends of the light size and the height of the light.
Okay.
So typically, to answer your question, yes, you would answer this. You would use the same amount of light, because especially if you're using the pole, because you can only put a bigger light if you're adding up on height of the pole.
Okay. So through you, and I was just wondering, so right now there's nobody in Saskatchewan using these?
We have some installs in Saskatchewan.
Oh,
yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I was going to offer the city as a guinea pig for a test project if you wanted to supply us with 25 of them to see how they work in our environment, and then we can go from there and then get in
Is there a
touch with
question there, Councilor
Yeah.
Flego?
Yeah, there is, because I'm
waiting
asking
for
if
the
there, yeah.
question, yeah.
Trust
If there
me.
is
We
is
are-
there a possibility, have you ever done that, where you're talking to a major city?
Yeah.
And we have a very big procurement
Yeah.
center, would that be something your company would be interested in?
Well, we already done that.
Okay. And it's
and-
worked for you, right?
Yeah. So, of course, we'll be able to look at that option.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flego, for that advertisement. Councilor Murray.
Thanks, through your worship. Thank you very much, Mr. Rossignol, for your presentation. Very informative. I'm just going to piggyback off one of Councillor Stevens' questions, and it's around ethical procurement of lithium. As you probably know, being in the industry, a lot of it comes from sub-Saharan Africa, where there's really not a lot of regulation on labor to remove the lithium from the ground. Can you speak to the way that you source some of the lighting, or the way the industry is sort of moving going forward for storage solutions specifically?
Yeah. Well, the one manufacturer we work with, you know, they've been in lighting for many years. They've been doing solar light for 9 years. So they use, the reason why they use the gel type batteries is because to make sure they're doing what they're meant to be doing. You know, it's not about just doing a solar light. It's about the whole purpose of cleaning up our environment and not polluting by recycling you know, just 50% of the battery. So that's why they've been, it's not everybody's using gel batteries, of course. But and that's very important, that the way we source our products, to make sure that's all in the back mind, that the whole purpose is to making a big difference, and it's not just about selling a solar light. But there's a lot of countries coming from, like you say, overseas. Over there, that's, like you say, there's not many regulation like maybe like here. But some of those regulations are not bad to have, actually, because there's a whole sense behind it to make sure their lights are able to deliver what they say they will be delivering, because that's why, you know, make sure all our product is CSA approved. And making that we're using lights made in Canada here, it just makes a big advantage as well. And I would, you know, consider that as a municipality to look at those options, that our product is made in Canada here.
Sure, thanks. Just for clarity, it's manufactured here, like
yes,
in Canada?
Yeah.
So the components are still sourced from overseas right now, right?
The components are sourced here. The solar panel is actually sourced in the United States, but the light itself is actually manufactured here with many components made here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. So this is a solar light, of course. If we had a cloudy day, would we have light that night?
Good question. The way, and especially as well us, the way we design our installs, not just for lighting, but also for generate power. Let's say we do an off-grid system. We always generate source or size of our install to make sure there's a span of 5 days with no sun. Okay. So these lights that's how they're designed. So in many models, they're up to 7 days, believe it or not. So, but typically it's about 5 days with no sun.
Okay. And I noticed in Saskatchewan we use coal-fired power. In Quebec they have hydroelectricity. Do we have enough sun in Saskatchewan? Are we on the scheme for good enough sun for solar power here? Or are we better than average?
We're the #1 province for Canada for sun here in Saskatchewan.
So we're kind of gifted with solar power here
Yes.
if we chose to take advantage of it. And that's kind of a rare circumstance. You don't get to buy that. That's something that's just given to you, so we should take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's a big advantage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I know we're talking about pathways here and the lighting of it, but we also often get complaints from people about light pollution. And I know we're talking solar, so it's sort of like an oxymoron. But so how do you make sure that the light goes where you want it, rather into neighbors' bedrooms or living rooms or whatever?
These lights, you know, they have to be, like each light has a spec that you gotta meet for the height, okay? And also the angle. Because all the lights are, the LEDs in the component itself, that's how they design, okay, what's the size of that light to distance from the ground. So let's say an example, if our lights are too high or not aiming at the right area, well, of course, that's where we're going to have a wide range, wider, where instead where we're focusing, you know.
So you take that into account when you're installing the lights, or how the height of the lights or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. There appears to be no other questions. Thank you very much for answering questions and making a presentation. You can return to the gallery, and we'll need a motion for the pathway lighting. Press the button. Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So this is important to our city, and I think that.
Do you want to move, receive, and file?
Oh, yes, I'll move and receive.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So this is the, we had this at Community and Protective Services, and we had a good discussion with staff and talked about, as we're moving forward as a renewable city, the report in here talked more about standard lighting and was kind of slow on the solar piece. So I would like to bring forward a motion, Your Worship, and in regards to doing a pilot project, it was kind of discussed a little bit tonight, that at least we get our foot in the door to start something. It would read that administration report back to CPS in Q2 2019 with a proposed pilot project to test solar lighting on a portion of pathway that is consistent with the current open space lighting policy, along with proposed costs and financing for the consideration through the 2020 budget process.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
I just, again, in reading the report, I understand and I thank the delegation for coming to speak tonight to kind of give us an overview on solar. I think it's, it's always, we're afraid to take that first step, especially when there's not a lot of municipalities have been there to do it. But I think it's a step in the right direction, especially if we are looking at 2050 to be a renewable city. So I'll leave it there for my council colleagues to comment. Thank you.
So on the amendment, now lights were going on here before the main motion too, so I'm going to ask who wants to speak to the amendment. Councillor Hawkins.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. We've just passed a motion to become a renewable city. And part of passing a motion means that you not only talk the talk, that you walk the walk as well. And it seems to me we have an opportunity here to pursue a limited pilot project to test to see whether this kind of solar lighting will work. And I support this motion because I think it gives the administration the flexibility to design the project in an area where we might want to light paths anyway, and to, while they're designing that project, to explore the availability of parts, to explore the best system to use, to create a project that will test solar lighting. So I don't think this has to be a dramatic thing, but I think it's a first small step in walking the walk of our renewable city motion. So I support the idea of asking the administration to design a pilot project.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Stevens.
I'll be supporting the amendment. I have questions for administration. First off, if I read the report correctly, the upfront capital costs are actually lower for the solar lighting option. Perhaps administration can walk me through their principal concern and why this isn't the number one option when it comes to pathway lighting.
Mr. Enright.
Through Your Worship. So as we gathered the information to put in the report, we talked to a number of jurisdictions. One of the things the feedback that we got from most that had tried solar lighting is the technology is changing so quick. They've had some problems with trying to for replacement parts. So That was limited. We checked with 6 communities. There was also a conversation at Community and Protective Services about Emerald Park. So we reached out to Emerald Park this past week. They've had solar lighting for 4 years, and they have not had a good experience. I think moving forward, as the delegation had indicated, there's a number of changes that have taken place in the past few years in regards to solar lighting. If you look at solar panels on houses, how that is advanced. So what we're recommending, when you looked at the costing, that's the information we got back. We also had included a facilities engineer that we have to give us some of their input. We had checked with 3 suppliers that gave us their input. And as the delegation indicated, he's talking about a $75 operating cost. I believe our report is $102. So there is a difference. Through the motion, what we would do is ask what we would do internally is do a pre-qualifying request out to industry. We would get those companies that are interested in providing lights for the pilot project, and then if approved by council through the 2020 budget process, we would then go to an RFP, at which time it would be a public process. We would take those tenders that would come in and do the review of those to determine which company is best suited to do the pilot, and then move forward.
Great, terrific. Second question through the chair. Page 4 of the report, and I think it's page 158 of the agenda package. It refers to a prohibition, maybe that's the best way to put it, of lighting on certain areas where there's flooding. This is not a paved pathway, but there is on the embankment near Wascana Creek, in south end of Cathedral, areas where I've been told we are not allowed to, by Sask Power Authority, install lighting. Do you know if these rules extend to solar lighting? If there's no underground infrastructure, is a blanket ban?
Sure, Your Worship. So the one thing to keep in mind is any structure in a floodplain is not allowed by the Watershed Authority. Okay. So even if you look at solar lighting, the infrastructure required to support a post is considered a solid structure, and that is not allowed by Watershed Authority. So it's not so much about running the wires underground as it is the structure of the actual light to support the light.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I'm just wondering about these test pilots and how serious we are about this, because we've got a couple of opportunities, and maybe Councillor Findura I'll ask it for him. We talked at committee about one of the places in his area, and you just mentioned Watershed. Does asphalt fall into that same category as a structure, because the pathway runs through a watershed or a floodplain? The gentleman here is saying it doesn't go a lot deeper. So it's probably a gray area, but that would be one test project I'd like to see in that particular case for his. And then we have other parks that we haven't had developers put lights in. And I'll give you an example. Ed Blues Park in Lake Ridge Addition. It's a collector. We didn't have the developer put lighting in it. This would be another good test project for it, because it's a short enough distance. I don't know if it needs 10 light standards. So that would be something. But I think this is, as Councillor Hawkins mentioned too, or, walk the walk. So here's a small piece of how we can start in some way. And I appreciate the comment. And it's just one of those things. People are always saying, okay, 2050. And I heard it after we approved the motion that, yeah, you'll do it, right? Well, this is a small step. We're not going to put solar panels on the Brant Center tomorrow and Agribition building tomorrow, but this is one way to check it out. These gentlemen seem to have some validity with their product. Technology is hugely advanced from 10 years ago. If you look at the cars today, nobody was even talking about autonomous cars 10 years ago. Well, maybe you were, I don't know. But that's something that the technology's changed. And so I'd be fully supportive of looking at ways to get into the watershed. And maybe, is there a way that it can be altered a little bit with this type of product instead of digging down 30 feet? Have we ever approached them? If I could.
Ron Wright.
Through your worship. So I think from where Watershed Authority comes from is any structure. So it doesn't matter if you're using a screw pile and going down 4 feet, or you're putting a cement pile down 8 or 10 feet. To them, it's still a structure.
Sure.
It's in the floodplain. We definitely, as we work through this and bring the information back for council to consider, we can have another discussion with Watershed Authority to get full clarification on what they determine to be a structure.
Yeah, it would seem to be that, thanks for that, that this being a screw pile instead of electrical in the water, and I agree with that, but I think it's something we can definitely look at. And then Ed Blues Park too would be a great test pilot for it as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, through the chair. So we're talking about pathway lighting. At the heart of this, it kind of got turned to solar as the source of power. But to the point of lighting, when we're doing lighting in public spaces, do we worry about the Kelvin or the temperature of the light? There's been many studies recently about light emissions and light pollution. As my councillor beside me was mentioning, migratory problems with birds or people. Even people are affected by it. Is that something we pay attention to when we're testing or choosing lights? I believe it's measured in Kelvin.
Mr. Ron Wright.
I am certain that our facility engineers, when they have a look at that, they take that into consideration.
Thank you. Just making sure.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young, can you take the chair, please?
Mayor Fugere?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to support the recommendation or the motion before us. I'm wondering, is second quarter of 2019, is this enough time? Through you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, yes. I had checked with Ms. Shaley and Derditch, which is the area that the report would come out of, and they felt Q2 was good.
And through you, Madam Chair, the administration mentioned that there would be a pre-qualification process, an open bid process. So we had a delegation that made it effectively a pitch to us, which is interesting to throw his numbers out like that before the work is done. But this will be pre-qualification, and then there'll be a open bid process.
That is, through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. The pre-qualification would give us the information that we would put in a report to bring to council for consideration through the 2020 budget. If that was approved, then there would be an RFP process that would go out to do the actual work.
That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councilor Shannon, do you want to close debate?
Thank you. I think this is very important that we move our city in this direction. As we heard tonight, let's walk the walk. And I think that this is, again, thank you to administration for, I think, kind of opening up the doors to look in this direction. And I also want to ensure that as we're looking forward on any of the renewables that we're working on, that we start engaging the people out there that are doing the work so we can start moving it forward. So thank you for that.
Okay, no other speakers on the amendment. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to delegation bylaw related reports. Oh, sorry, we did that. We're going to move on to
that was on the main.
The main motion as amended. Question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have serious delegations related to our revised community nonprofit tax exemption policy. The first delegation is Sandy Baumgartner. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, City Councilors and City Administration. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you tonight on the nonprofit tax exemption policy that's in front of you for discussion. I also want to commend you and applaud all of you for your unanimous approval of the sale of the land to the Huda School. I think that speaks volumes to the innovation and creativity of this community and the enthusiastic discussion that you all had around innovation and growth. I would encourage you to carry that through to the discussion about the tax exemption policy, because I think one thing I would like to note is that that certainly the Science Centre and my colleagues from other cultural organizations are not here to oppose a policy. We are very much supportive of Council bringing forward a tax policy that's open and transparent. I think the presentation that I have presented to you tonight, as well as my colleagues, is really addressing the process with which you go through that and the discussion that you have with cultural organizations in the community. So I really want to make that clear, is that we're not opposed to a policy. We want to make a policy that works for everyone and a policy that works towards building community. We presented to Exec Committee a few weeks ago, and I think Mayor Fougere summarized it quite nicely in saying that we're here to build community. The proposal that you have in front of you tonight is exactly that. We want to pause the conversation. You started an extremely good and useful dialogue with community organizations through the consultation that took place a few months ago. Some of you, I know, are anxious to get this off your plate and done for once and for all. You've been talking about it for many, many years. The reality is, as many of our organizations have not, and we just engaged in this conversation a few months ago. So I think we've started off in the right direction. We've got some good ideas and some good opportunities in front of us to relook at how this policy is implemented so that organizations like the Science Centre are not punished for being successful. And I speak specifically to a clause in the criteria that speaks to financial need. I just really encourage you to turn that on its head and talk about value in the community and the contributions that organizations are putting forward for the growth of the growth of the city. I looked through quite diligently the proposals that you reviewed last week, 3 from some service partners, REAL, PCC, and EDR, and all of those organizations put forward strong business cases for growth of not only their organizations, but growth of the city of Regina. And I think that the organizations that are here to present to you tonight want to be that type of partner with the city, and we would like to have that type of dialogue with you as true partners. Our proposals have all put forward a dialogue around the arts and cultural groups that are on the current list of tax exemptions, and we did that very deliberately, and we did not do that with any intent to be exclusive or try to stand out any differently than any other organizations on that list. All of the list of recipients of tax exemptions are valued members of the community. The arts and cultural groups we put together in one discussion area because we are also community partners through the Community Investment Program, and we felt that there was an opportunity for us to have a conversation with council and administration and the community around growing the cultural plan that was adopted by council a number of years ago. I also did some research on other communities, and other communities in Canada, Calgary, Winnipeg, Halifax are 3 that I wanted to highlight. They all have some level of application process for tax.
You have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. For tax exemptions. The difference with any of those communities is they talk about the value and the contribution of the cultural community and do not punish organizations for being successful. So I encourage you to certainly make some amendments to the policy and consider our proposal for a further dialogue around the cultural policy for the city. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, and there are questions. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you for coming forward, and I appreciate your consultation with us throughout. I have 2 questions. You mentioned a concern that the policy punishes you for being successful, and I'd like to explore that just a little bit with you. Criteria 5 in the policy says the applicant must demonstrate that the organization needs the city's support and that its operations would be significantly impacted without the exemption. Do the words that incorporate significant impact into the policy not invite you to tell, as part of the process that's being proposed, the value to the community that your organization gives?
Absolutely. I think that does provide that opportunity, but that clause also gives the perception to the reader of that document inside this room and out that you have to be significantly impacted. I'd rather tell you the story about what we're going to do with a tax exemption as opposed to what we won't be able to do. Good business planning is forward-looking and growth-oriented, and I think that I would rather be telling that story under the parameters of growth as opposed to need or not able to do a certain task or job that we've laid out.
And is it your concern that the words significantly impact do not let you tell the positive story?
Yes, I'd rather talk about growth than lost opportunities, and I think that growth is what we're here to talk about in building community. So it's really perhaps semantics in terms of how you perceive those wordings, but it's not just how we perceive it, it's the perception of the community that somehow these organizations are not contributing. So when you go to your neighbor and have this conversation, I'd like you to be able to say, we're supporting and investing in organizations that want to grow the community and are making significant contributions.
Thank you for that. The second question I have is about consultation. You're right, this policy has been developed over a long period of time, and we've now had a consultant's report. The consultant, as my understanding is, and you can confirm this, consulted with organizations such as yourself, and we've also had consultation around this policy now for a number of months. Why do we need more consultation?
With respect, sir, I think that yes, we did have some consultation and we were able to get a conversation started. But the limitation of this policy only addressed some of the things that were within the consultant report. And I think that there's some opportunities, particularly with the cultural groups, to not only take that consultant's report, but take things like the cultural plan that's been adopted by council, as well as building on some of the successes of the organizations that are currently your community partners, and how we can actually enhance all of those things and integrate those policies so that they're working together and not in competition with each other.
And finally, through you, Mayor, would you be open to the idea of implementing this policy, letting it run for a couple of years, seeing where its strengths are and where its weaknesses are, and amending policies to deal with any weaknesses after we've had a chance to see how at least this policy works?
Certainly that is an option. Unfortunately, sometimes those things don't get done into the future. Perhaps if there was an extended exemption period so that we're not having to go back year after year to apply for the exemption, as well as having that uncertainty moving into the next fiscal year. The timing on the proposed policy puts us at our year end before we actually find out if we would be exempt from taxation the following year. And that doesn't really allow an organization to think forward thinking and plan out more than 1 year in advance.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Thanks for coming, Sandy.
Thanks.
I want to understand a little bit about what Councillor Hawkins was asking at a very basic level, if I could. So I'm going to cite an example. I want you to react to that.
Okay.
So punish for growth or success. So let's say, for example, the Science Center gets a number of philanthropic donations over a period of time. And you can use that however you want. And then you get some other things that happen, increased attendance and so on. Do you believe that the policy that's before us will then punish you for those efforts?
It could. It certainly, the way I read it, it does open that for possibility, because the interpretation of the policy is in the eyes of those that are interpreting it. So there is a clause within the criteria, for example, that type of philanthropic gift or large increase in your revenues would have to be reported. And if that reporting was done, there's nothing in this policy or in the discussion documents that says what would result from that reporting. So that, to me, looks like it could be punished. I don't know, but that's certainly a likelihood that I foresee in that policy.
Thank you.
Because it's not laid out.
Thank you. So let's just go back to the word growth. Let's say over the next couple of years, the number of people using the Science Center doubles.
Right.
I got to believe that's not all profit, but let's go with that for now. Do you think you should be rewarded for that, and if so, how?
I think that maybe reward isn't the correct term, but I think that it should be considered as an investment. We all want our organizations to grow. Certainly the Science Centre, as we have new Canadians coming into the city, investments in business. People move to cities and stay in cities because there is a vibrant cultural community. So there's science centers, art galleries, museums. So if we continue to grow, then everybody else continues to grow. And then that becomes the reward for all of you because you have more citizens, you have more taxpayers, you have more businesses in the community. So we need to think very much holistically about all of those things. So I think that the only difference between a science center as a nonprofit organization and any profit business is we take any profit, if you like, and reinvest it in our organization, and by so doing, we invest in the community.
Good, thanks. This is not my word, but I've heard the word used around. The funding that you currently get from the city, and I don't care where it comes from,
right.
The funding that you currently get, would you consider that base funding?
It is part of our base funding. We receive core funding from the City of Regina, from SaskPower and the provincial government, and that provides us stability. So when we go out to any other partner looking for an investment in an exhibit or a program, they want to make sure that you have some stability, and your stability really comes from those core partners. So yes, we do.
Thank you. Could you comment a little bit on the admission that you charge? In other words, if you look back over a number of years and maybe even look into the future, has that been a constant in terms of both the number that you're charging or the amount of money that come in? Could you give me a rough idea?
Yeah, we are constantly looking at our pricing structure, and we increase it where we feel we can. We do need to look out into the landscape and make sure that we are competitive within our environment, and there are a number of organizations in the city that don't pay admission, so we try to keep that balance, but we do feel very strongly that people will pay for value, and so any increases that we've had increases for our general admission, we've had increases for the IMAX. One area where we have not increased, at least in the last 10 years, probably 15 years, is admission for a school visit. So a student that comes as part of a school, their admission has probably not changed in 15 or 20 years.
Okay, last question from me. Impact beyond the city of Regina. So when you have addressed this before, you talked about people coming from other places.
Right.
Is it part of your business plan to extend that notion of reach beyond the city of Regina? And if so, could you describe that for me?
Absolutely. As a Saskatchewan Science Centre, our goal is to be truly serving the province, both us going out to communities, and we do a lot of work in northern Saskatchewan, but also bringing students, particularly from other areas of the province, into the city. And one example that comes to mind, and this was through a partnership with the city a few years ago, when there was forest fires in the north, and those families were brought down, and we worked with the city and other partners to bring those students to the Science Centre. We also have a program, a sleepover program, where kids from northern communities come and spend a night, sleep in the Science Centre, and get programming with that. So we are very active in Saskatchewan, as well as new Canadians. We just recently, in the last year, joined the Cultural Access Program, which provides Science Centre admission for 1 full year for a new Canadian.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Sandy, for coming. And you mentioned the Regina Cultural Plan.
Yes.
And that plan is quite extensive, and it talks about partnering, the arts and cultural organizations partnering with the city. It actually has goals, and it has a budget that goes along with it. And so my question to you is, have you exercised that partnership or been part of any plans with the City of Regina in the last few years?
We certainly were part of the consultation and supported the cultural plan when it was brought forward to council. I think that our partnership with the city is primarily through the community investment program, and I think that by extension into the cultural plan. But we haven't been very active in that, and it's certainly something that I look forward to doing as we move forward.
Okay. So you haven't sat down and had dialogue about what plans you can do together as a cultural arts community and the city?
No, we haven't.
Okay. And one of the things that you mentioned in your letter is economic development in the city and how you are part of that or can be part of that. Would you like some opportunity to be able to sit down with EDR, for instance, and talk about the economic diversity that's in the city and how that can contribute to the growing economy of the city of Regina?
Yeah, I certainly have had very base level conversations with John Lee, their CEO. I think that through this conversation, as well as looking at the Regina Cultural Plan, I think that there's more opportunities for that. It was actually Councillor O'Donnell that talked to me about the size of the investment that EDR has attracted into the community. And organizations like the Science Centre, the Heritage Centre, or the Mackenzie are tools that EDR uses when they go out to attract that investment, whether it be a business or an event or a convention into the city. So I think we're integral to that, and I think that we should perhaps have more dialogue there and perhaps one day have a seat at that table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming forward again. Yes, this has been on our plate for some time. This is kind of a question for you as well as all of the other delegations that are going to come before us. I'm looking for some clarity on what exactly you would want. So, for instance, you have a recommendation in the beginning. You want to be removed from the policy, you want consultation, and you want something to be revised here. What would the end result look like? So we've talked for a year and a half, 2 years. What does this tax exemption policy look like to you?
I think that that's a really good question, and I don't have all the answers, but I think the first step would be a broader dialogue with those partners, with administration, in terms of the role that we play in the community and how we can help fulfill the cultural plan. And then through that discussion, I think having a really hard look at your investment in our organizations and how we are providing value back and making sure that there's an alignment there. What the policy looks like at the end, I can't predict, but I think that it would be something that would work better for everyone in terms of a growth for our community and for the cultural plan.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, this is hypothetical. Let's say there is that consultation and we come back to where we are today and we realize that administration is actually going to be reading these applications through the lens of the OCP, the cultural plan. Would you be satisfied with the status quo if it came after a consultation, more protracted consultation?
No, I think that I would be looking for something that would be more inclusive and something that would take all those things into consideration. And I actually, maybe my glass is always half full. I don't think that we would be back at that same conversation because we would have taken the time to have a wholesome, open conversation.
Thank you. Again, hypothetical here, but if we look at the other organizations that are part of this, how do we weigh the importance? So we have community association, community gardens. How do we balance the fairness there? So you have a small community organization that now has to fill out paperwork for a couple $100 or $1,000, and they see large, massive organizations that get tens of millions of dollars worth of funding exempt. How would you respond to that from a procedural fairness question?
And I'm not suggesting something that creates unfairness in any other sector. I'm just looking at the sector that makes most sense for us. I do encourage administration to look at the paperwork that they've asked organizations to complete at all levels, not just our organizations, because I think it can be quite cumbersome. And I would encourage them to look at some of the other cities that have that. But some of it is obviously you need some paperwork, but it should be something that is manageable for any organization of any size. And I'm not suggesting that perhaps we be exempt for whatever time and others not. I think all the organizations are worthy. I just wanted a different dialogue for the organizations that I'm speaking of tonight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for coming forward. So just to follow up on one of Councillor Stevens' questions, we said, if there was more consultation came back, you indicated that you said you were offering and hoping it would be more inclusive. You also said a different dialogue. Can you just elaborate what that means?
Well, I think that the dialogue that I'm proposing and that I'd be looking for is a dialogue about the investment that the city makes in our organizations and the value that you're receiving back from that, and from that discussion. And I don't know, some of it could be semantics. I don't know that it has to be a full, broad consultation, but I think that we need to sit down and have a conversation so that we are all on the same page and that we all actually are moving in the same direction and having an understanding of what those goals are. I think that just having something that integrates the current program that we do receive funding from, so the Community Investments Program, and making sure that any tax exemption is in line with that. I look at the two programs and I feel that the Community Investment Program is encouraging organizations to grow, and the proposed tax exemption policy as written is not. And so those are not in line, and I think at best if we could get those two in line, and that's why I would like to have a conversation about how we make sure that those things are integrated in a much more positive fashion.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councilor Shandy. No other questions for you. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next
Thank you.
delegation. Dan Toppings. Toppings, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Your Worship, City Councilors, Administration, my name is Dan Toppings. I'm the Executive Director for the RCMP Heritage Centre, and I've been employed in that position now for a whopping 3 months, so I'm kind of learning on the go. With me is Steve McClellan. Steve is the Chair of our Board of Directors, and he will be here to assist me if you do have any questions at the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank the city right off the bat for all that you've done for us in the past, and hopefully what you're going to do with the Heritage Centre in the future. The RCMP, we've been an active part of the city of Regina since 1885 when the RCMP first started training here. And up until 2007, the actual museum was situated on the grounds of the RCMP Training Academy. 2007, the RCMP Heritage Centre was constructed, and that's where we were given the mandate to share the story of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. But I look at it a little bit differently in that we're not specifically doing that. We're there sharing the history of Canada, and we're talking about the integral part that the RCMP has played in the growth of Canada and also in the growth and the history of the city of Regina. 2018, that will see the RCMP Heritage Centre attract between 33 and 40,000 visitors to the Heritage Centre. Most of these visitors are young kids from Regina schools from Saskatchewan, but we also attract some schools from Manitoba and Alberta. Our peak season of tourists, that takes place between May and August, and in those months our main visitors are those from Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Alberta, British Columbia, and surprisingly, we get many international visitors over the summer. China, Germany, Australia, Mexico. Most of our local residents, and I want to mention our local residents, they all think that the RCMP Heritage Centre is the RCMP and that we're one and the same, where it couldn't be further from the truth. The RCMP Training Academy, they are a federally funded institution. The RCMP Heritage Centre, we're a non-profit organization. So many of the general public think that we get our money from the federal government. We get zero money from the federal government, other than that they rent space in our building to house their artifacts. So we get a small percentage of our funding through what they provide for us. Our current building, it's definitely a landmark for the city of Regina. The giant pillars that adorn the east side of our building, I think it's come to be a symbol of the city of Regina. And being that it is such a large building, it also brings with it very high expenses. And I'll just give you one example. July of every year is our most expensive month to operate due to the air conditioning required in the building. But our SAS power bill alone for the month of July will be between $23,000 and $25,000. So to put it in perspective, that's a whole lot of T-shirts and a whole lot of admissions coming to our front door to try pay just our power bill. I also wanted to address what the RCMP Heritage Centre and the RCMP bring to the city of Regina. Each year, the RCMP the Training Academy puts through between 12 and 1,500 cadets. That means that between 40 and 50 graduations every year. So every Monday there's a troop graduating. That's 32 individuals bringing 32 of their family members using Regina hotels, restaurants, shopping. They're bringing dollars into our city. So I don't think you can I guess, repute that the RCMP Heritage Centre and the RCMP are bringing dollars into our communities. In relation to the policy on the property tax incentives for nonprofits, it's the hope that the RCMP Heritage Centre will remain a benefactor of that program. The RCMP Heritage Centre is the largest building among the main attractions in our city, which also means we're in line to pay the large amount of taxes if we are not part of the tax incentive program. In regards to the report filed by the Executive Committee, namely Appendix B, stating that we would be removed from the policy, we feel that if changes were to be made, it would be beneficial if we were all allowed. When I speak to all, it's the same that the Science Centre spoke about, is that the attractions that are bringing growth to our city, bringing people into their city, we think that we should be treated not differently, but the city should realize what we bring to the table as a partner. In closing, I'd just like to state once again that Regina is the only place where you can come to learn about the history of Canada through the Mounties, and also Regina is the only place in Canada where Mounties are made. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, myself and our
Thank you very much for your presentation, and there are questions. Councillor Murray.
Much through your worship. Mr. Toppings, thank you very much for the presentation. Just a quick question on where the Heritage Centre lays. Is it within the Regina Police Services jurisdiction, or is it within the RCMP's policing?
The jurisdiction, the Regina City Police.
It is. Is there any services that you don't receive through the City of Regina, just for clarity?
When you say services, what do you mean?
Water, sewer.
That's all through the City of Regina.
Okay, great, thanks. That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A couple of questions for clarification. You mentioned that you received money from the federal government only with respect to renting of the artifacts. Do you receive grants in lieu in any way from the federal government?
Not from the federal government, no. We receive the same grants that the Science Centre receives, one from the City of Regina and one through SaskCulture.
And except for the exemption policy, you would be subject to municipal property tax because you're a non-governmental organization. Is that my understanding correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm interested in your statement that you're concerned that you'll be removed from the exemption policy as proposed. Have I got that right?
Well, maybe it wasn't the best choice of words. What I'm getting at is, should we apply and not be accepted as one of the organizations that is exempt, it would definitely put a strain on our ability to operate.
Do you have any concern that as things now stand, or as you can imagine them going into the future, that you wouldn't be able to win an exemption in a competitive process under the policy?
Well, I'm hoping we would be able to, and I think we would, yes.
And so would you be prepared to go through that process if need be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. One last question, just to confirm numbers. The numbers I have that the subsidies received from the city are $318,000 for exemption from property tax and $90,000 for community investment funds, for a total of $408,000 each year.
Correct.
Of subsidy from the city. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I have always asked the question as to why the federal government does not put any money into the RCMP Heritage. I mean, one of the things that I first thought was we're promoting the whole RCMP from recruiting to the whole thing, and it's a wonderful story. So yes, I know it's here in our city and in our province, but why would there not be any funding to promote the history? Is there any federal grants available that could fit that, or have you ever have the organization ever asked?
Well, what I can tell you is that I know that several CEOs before me have been working with the federal government and the governments in power at the time, trying to get funding for the RCMP Heritage Centre to be recognized on a national basis, and to date that has not happened. I too am currently trying to do the same thing, and hopefully that would alleviate a lot of these problems if we were to be granted national status and be recognized federally. But for whatever reason, we haven't done so thus far.
Good. Thank you for that. And through just the last question. So, is there anything that, as a municipality, that we could do to help that? I think that it is a gem in our city. But it's across Canada as well. So it's not just I really. So I mean, who is it that you are working with to try and get this done? Federally, yeah.
We're talking with Ralph Goodale. He's they're our only really MP in the city, so we've been in discussions with Ralph, other local politicians as well, just discussing what goes on. You might be able to help me more on that, Steve.
If I may, the original capital cost was largely paid for by the province. By the federal government with contributions by the province and perhaps the city. I can't speak to that specifically. So the federal government has not been absent, except on a regular, ongoing operational thing. So from the conversations that we're having now, we're hopeful that a more sustainable funding stream will come from the federal government, but it's been a decade. We've not had that in place, so we continue forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I was going to talk to Mr. McCullen about what he just chatted with. And so my memory as well is that the federal government was very clear from the get-go that there was capital dollars and that they would not go with operating. But I don't recall if the province was part of that discussion at the time of construction. Do you recall that?
I believe they were. I don't recall the amounts, but I know the lion's share was federal, and with the condition that the operational dollars would not be ongoing at the time.
Yeah, and I think the operating dollars were meant to be self-sustaining. Does that make sense?
With continued support that was indicated through exemptions of things like property taxes from the city of Regina.
So I was just going to lead into that. So at the time of construction and opening, the city made some commitments. Do you recall if they were long-term or not?
I do not believe they are, and that's why we're subject to the annual renewal policy. And as Mr. Toppings has said, the challenge is it's a significant dollar amount, and not to know until we get the approval letter that indeed that dollar can be used in other, that will get the property tax exemption. That's a big challenge each year.
Gotcha, thank you. I want to go back to a question I asked a previous delegation about growth, success, and so on, and being rewarded. If you in fact double your attendance and you bring in more dollars and so on, is it your sense, your feeling that that would be a deterrent to applying for the grants?
Oh, for sure. That's one of the things that we've been working on right now, is just trying to do some long-range planning, trying to figure out how we can increase the numbers coming in. The more people that come in our front door, the more money that we have in the cash register to hopefully not have to rely on city funding and tax exemptions in this form.
Sure.
And the definition of financial success is also one that while we honestly trust this council, but in future councils, we'd have to each year be at the risk of saying, listen, we made $1, or we're just short of making a profit, whatever the case would be. We want to be able to take every dollar that we can raise and every dollar that we are given an exemption to in this situation and make our experience better and get more people to celebrate this fact, as you've said, Councillor, a gem within the city, in fact, a gem within the province and the country. That's our mandate. It's not about making money. It's about being as much of a quality experience as we possibly can. And as was referenced earlier, the more of that we do, the more people say, I want to move to Regina and I want to stay here. Or the experience at the Heritage Centre was so amazing, it changed my life or my week or my day. That's what our mission is, and if we have more money and more resources, we'll continue to do that.
Last question from me. Would you describe, struggling a little bit with the word here, would you describe that the ultimate goal for you 5 or 10 years from now, financially and so on, is what? What would you like to be? You want to have $1 million in the bank and live happily ever after? What is it you're looking for at the end?
I guess at the end, you want to have money in the bank to ensure that you can do some capital repairs to your building. Currently, we're at a point where our building is 11 years old, and we're finding that even now it's time to start repairing things.
Sure.
And when the building was built, they spared no cost as to putting the best of the best into our building. So whenever something breaks down, whether or not it's a light bulb or the front door, it's not a $100 fix, it's usually a $1,000 fix.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dow. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming this evening, and hope you like this new city that you've become part of.
I'm part of the city.
Okay, good. My question to you is about this policy. If this policy were to go through as it stands right now, it would mean that more organizations might be brought into tax exemption, and the dollars would be capped. So you would receive less and less, depending on the number who came in. Can you give us just some examples of what you would not be able to do? What would you have to cut back on?
I think the best example I can give you is when the RCMP Heritage Center opened, there was 37 full-time employees. Right now we have 11. So we're just increased our education and programming unit, which is bringing in youth from not only Regina, but from around the province. And with a cut in funding, obviously we'd be cutting some jobs, and that would be one area we'd have to look at cutting.
Programs.
We're pretty much at our bare bones right now as started getting things done, and everybody's doing 2 or 3 jobs to provide a service to the community.
And areas of marketing would often be cut when budgets get cut because it's a little more flexible. And that means we don't tell the story as broadly. We'd be reliant simply on our people that come to us or in the neighboring areas. We can't tell the story across the province if we haven't money to get our folks there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions? I have one. I want to follow up on some discussions about federal support and be more directed to the issue of being designated as a national museum. And as you know, most of the museums in Ottawa receive federal funding. And the first organization that sort of broke that paradigm was the Human Rights Museum in Winnipeg. Has your organization applied for a designation as a national museum? I know that now Senator Klein and I had several conversations about he was going to be doing that or was in the process of actually doing that. Where do we stand with that application?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, it's just been discussions. I don't know if any application has been made, but...
It's more of a process, Mayor, than it is an application, and we've begun the process. The challenge that we run into now is that originally the argument against it was that they only wanted national historic sites to be in Ottawa. Then, as you're right, the Winnipeg Human Rights Museum, which is a great attraction, was opened given federal funding. It is now, it has exceeded each year the funding by the federal government, and they have some serious debt challenges. And that also causes us then repercussions because they say, would that just happen with you? So we're overcoming that. There were some meetings with some of our board members with the folks from Pier 21, which is also outside of the core area of Ottawa and received national status. So we're taking lessons from those folks, and again, the conversation continues. And we're hopeful that if not a typical environment in the sense of full national status, that we could have a blend, perhaps, where we would seek more federal dollars but still keep local autonomy, perhaps. Those conversations and the options are wide open, but indeed it's a priority, key strategic priority of our board right now.
Is it a priority on your strat planning exercise?
Yes,
to
it
do
is.
That? Good, thank you very much. Thank you. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move on to our next delegation. Anthony Kendall. Good evening. If you could identify yourself for the record, who's with you, who represents you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Members of council may have questions afterwards.
Okay. Good evening. On behalf of the Mackenzie Art Gallery, I'd like to thank Council for all the thought you've given to this important policy. I am joined tonight by Anne Brochu-Lambert, who's a member of the Board of Trustees of the Mackenzie Art Gallery, and Janine Windolf, who is the Mackenzie Art Gallery's Curator of Public Programs. And Janine will be supporting me in making this presentation briefly this evening. And also, I'd like to introduce Joanna Salome, who's the Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Mackenzie Art Gallery. We are grateful for the opportunity to make a presentation this evening on this policy, and we are grateful to the ongoing support that the gallery has received for decades from the city. As you know, the Mackenzie Art Gallery is a foundational pillar of our community, a world-class art museum in our own backyard. We serve, on average, over 100,000 participants in our programs each year and have provided generations of children the only opportunity to experience over 5,000 years of world art at home here in Saskatchewan. But we do so much more than that, and I feel that in the conversations leading up to this meeting, that has not been emphasized enough. We are making this presentation in the spirit of our organization, that is, in order to build community, to serve the public, and to make Regina a better place to live. We believe social inclusion is important to Council and the City of Regina, and we are a partner organization in assuring the goals of diversity, education, and community growth, and that they are delivered for the benefit of Regina. In recent months, this has been formalized more to include responding to the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I feel we are one of few public organizations that are well positioned to be very visible and active in that effort. As foundational community partners, these large arts and culture organizations are distinct in numerous ways, and they do not fit this policy. And I would like to point out that this is not about the importance of all the various organizations, it's about their fit in this policy the way it is worded. Our organizations make measurable contributions in furthering the city's goals, whether it's the economy, the OCP, the cultural plan, or calls to action for TRC. We also support numerous other community groups. And as I said, I'm joined by Janine Windolf, who I think is uniquely positioned both as a Mackenzie employee and a community advocate to speak about our distinct roles in serving other community groups. So I'd just like Janine to say a few words about that.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me tonight. I just wanted to share my connection to the Mackenzie Art Gallery. As a young child coming from La Ronge, Saskatchewan, one of the first places that my family took me to see our Indigenous culture reflected at us was the Mackenzie Art Gallery. It was also my mom's first job in the arts, and it became a place where I go to get centered into what Indigenous arts and cultures doing. And that's not only speaking from Indigenous on an international level, it's been about empowering local Indigenous groups to come and have a place in these conversations when it comes to what is our identity. So when I started working at the Mackenzie Art Gallery, I started as a story keeper telling oral stories in the gallery. Then I moved into the education program where I was able to make an impact on the content that was being delivered to students. Right now I sit as a curator of public programs, and a lot of the work we do is looking at the calls to action, looking at our role as educators and revitalizing our educative program, but also our space. And I think that's what's really important about the Mackenzie Art Gallery, is that it is a space where we have programs, we have events, we have exhibitions that really empower the local voice of our people, but also give a
1 minute to go in your
platform.
presentation.
So with that, I'll let Anthony tell you how I give him a hard time on that.
Thank you, Janine. I think that this captures the immeasurable impact of and quantifying the support we have for community groups that are looking for places to carry on their own programs and their own activities. We want to support the Council and administration to find a pathway to growing the cultural sector while achieving economic growth for our community. We have steadily increased our own contributed revenue. We're exploring things like charging admission. We want to play a leading role in building community in Regina. We want to ensure that this policy achieves the intended results through further consultation and planning. We want to play an active and supporting role in this process.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions from members of council. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate all that you said. I want to ask you under criteria 1 in the policy, which refers to social inclusion and the need to demonstrate social inclusion. It may be obvious, but you don't have any trouble demonstrating, at least not to me and I'm sure to everybody else, that the Mackenzie Art Gallery does forward social inclusion in our community. Is that a fair statement?
I think we play a leading role in developing social inclusion in the city.
And that is specifically mentioned in the first criteria. I want to ask you about the amount of money you receive from the city. $154,000 by way of the tax exemption, $305,000 by way of community grants, for a total subsidy from the city year in, year out of about $460,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sure that the $305,000 community investment grant shows on your books as revenue received or as a grant received. What about the tax exemption? Where does it show on your books?
It does not show on our books.
Under the policy, if you had to apply for the tax exemption and were granted the tax exemption, would that then show on your books so that it was more transparent to the community?
I'd have to look at, according to, the standards of our auditors, how to measure that. We do have some in-kind things from the province that are mentioned as a note in our audited statements, but because they don't sit on our financial statements, we can't actually include them, but we put a note acknowledging that support, for example, from the province.
But that's not the case with tax exemptions from the city, right?
It's not, no.
The other question I have to ask you is this. Criteria 5 indicates that those judging your application would be cognizant of any significant impact that withdrawal of the exemption might cause you. Do you accept that as a way of demonstrating how significant your impact is on the community?
My concern is that the way the policy is written and the way the procedure has been outlined, we would not have adequate time to recover from the potential for an unexpected property tax bill. For example, if our property tax is estimated at $150,000 and we find that out the same fiscal year or during the same fiscal year, $150,000 represents our entire education program budget. So I don't know how we could continue, those programs with, such an unforeseen and unpredictable bill. And that's one of our major concerns with this policy is it's not the idea of the policy, it's the way that it's written. And I do feel that there are means through looking at other funders to separate large organizations that play a specific community role that make them distinct. And you can see that at the provincial and federal level. We act, I think we're more similar to a school or a library or a community center than to a nonprofit with 2 staff. And our economic impact is measurable. So we hope that through discussions of ongoing perfection of the policy that we can find a means so that, like Sandy said, we're being asked, what are we going to contribute? And, what credits might you get for those contributions? Not how much money do you have? And with the implication that, maybe it can be taken.
You get $305,000, as you mentioned, in community investment grants every year. You apply for that each year, correct?
Yeah, we're on a 4-year program.
So you apply for that on a rolling 4-year basis. Yeah. And indeed, under the tax exemption policy, you get an exemption, I believe, for 4 years as well. You don't consider that money a given, an automatic, do you?
Not at all. It's foundational money that allows us to attract further investment to the city. For example, the provincial and federal funders want to see what are the contributions from the other levels of government, from donors, from self-generated or earned revenue. And it plays a crucial role in showing that everyone is participating. And I feel that it's a recognition for, and it's a very low-cost contribution for having a world-class art gallery in our city. If you look at Saskatoon, I think they're contributing over $6 million a year to the Reme Art Gallery. So these things are noticed by our other funders and taxpayers, and I think the city has gotten used to a very economical and productive group of arts and culture organizations at a bargain price. And so this policy seems to be saying, yes, you've been successful, thank you, but how much money do you have?
How is a four-year review? How does a four-year review of the community investment grant of $350,000 to you differ in any way from a regular review of the subsidy provided to you by the city by way of tax exemption?
The community grant program is proactive, and it's connecting what we deliver for the city with reward. The property tax proposal is contrary, almost the negative of that. It's saying if you've been successful, because one of the criteria is how much money you have, it's almost implying that that money is no longer necessary. And like has been said earlier, as a nonprofit, we invest any revenue back into our programs and supporting the community further. We're not like a private corporation distributing profit to shareholders.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Doesn't appear to be any other questions. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we will speak with Mr. Ron Hitchcock. Mr. Hitchcock, if you could identify yourself and who's with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillors, Administration, my name is Ron Hitchcock. I'm with First Vice President with the Royal Canadian Legion, and beside me is Chad Wagner. He's the Executive Director of Saskatchewan Command, of the Royal Canadian Legion. I'd just like to start by, reiterating what I've said before. We are an advocacy group. We used to receive a tax exemption under the Provinces and Cities Acts. So we had some financial difficulties, and we sold our building and we rented back. And so now we have the situation where the only source of income is from dues, is from whatever fundraising means that we have. We don't receive any money from the province or from the federal government. And we've established a business plan. We've raised some money. We have a marathon run that we're going to run this April, and we have the Casino Regina is offering something. So with that, we're hoping to keep our doors open, and the reason we need to do that is I believe the value that we add to the community. I'll give you a couple examples here. One is the Open Door Society has several new Canadians, and the last 2 years we've had each year we've had 200 come to our museum, and the first thing that we do is remind them why they've come to Canada and why they wear a poppy. And it's really interesting to say a few words and then have it translated in 6 different languages, and then you say a few more words, and they really appreciate this effort, and they're thankful to be here. So another reason why we need this Legion is we provide a safe haven for veterans. Yes, today we still have veterans, although there's not as many as there was after the First World War, of course, and the Second World War. And something to keep in mind, the Legion was created to advocate for veterans, for their benefits, things that were promised. And 2 prominent city individuals, a fellow by the last name of McCara and McPherson, were prominent in that in 1926, and they granted us the first charter for the Royal Canadian Legion. We are the very first Legion in Canada, and that's why we are called 001. And so what we have happened is we have veterans that come and need help, and if we don't have a facility, then we're wondering what would happen to them. So there's far too many young men and women that are committing suicide because they need help. And the first thing they have to do is recognize that they need help and they ask for it. We have the facilities and the programs to make that happen for them. So we save lives. I'll turn, Chad will have a...
Yeah, one of the things that he alluded to was the help that we give veterans. But we don't just help veterans, we help the community. And I'll give you a couple of examples. The Regina branch was instrumental in establishing a program called OSI Can. It's a peer support program that was established to help first responders, frontline medical personnel, fire department, police force, veterans, RCMP, you name it, it was for that demographic. This branch was instrumental in that. They're also instrumental in the homeless program. We recently helped a person move from Fort Capel to Regina, get him into established housing and something that he's going to be able to maintain going forward. This is something that without this branch's help, that man is on the streets in who knows where, not getting the help that he deserves. Another thing that they recently have done was established a DVD series that they paid for all the schools in the city. That DVD series also included an educational package. That educational package discussed things about all the way from World War I right up to today's conflicts. And
you have 1 minute left to go in your presentation.
You know what? I'm gonna give you guys the extra minute right now. How does that sound?
That's what you wanted. That's good. Okay. I'll see if there's any questions from members of council for you. Thank you for your presentation. Councilor Bresciani.
And thank you for coming forward. When it hit the news that you guys were in trouble, veterans were in trouble, was there any, the Legion was in trouble, was there anybody that was, wanted to come forward with any kind of a donation or anything like it? Kind of spurred, I know, the excitement in the community about helping the Legion out. Was there anything?
We started a GoFundMe page, and then that was taken down because it became time for the POP campaign, and we still had donations coming in. And then when there was a radio thing, CJ May put on a radiothon, and we raised something like in the neighborhood of $70,000, which we're now using. And so now we need some other fundraising to keep us going. And we're simply wanting to pay our operating costs. Like the Poppy Fund cannot pay for these things, so it has to come from some kind of fundraising.
Absolutely. Thank you. Would you say that you talked about it also helped veterans, but it also, I think, would you say it also helps the community with the veterans there that can come and have coffee and talk and kind of community within itself for the veterans themselves as well as the children and families? But that is a big key element of it. Would you not agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just in this city, but it's the communities around the province. You have 165 branches in this province. This one being one of the largest ones. So it is a safe haven for veterans and their families, but also the rest of the community as well. We're not excluding anyone. We don't ignore anyone. We really want people to come on in to really understand the rich history, because the men and women that serve for our country and continue to serve for our country deserve that, one, the respect, but they also need that ability that when they are suffering, they need somebody to be able to talk to. And that's why we develop these programs to help these people. And this wouldn't help not only just without the branch, but it wouldn't be there without the community as well. The community is one of our 3 pillars.
Perfect. And one last question, Your Worship. We've talked about funding from third parties tonight a lot, like the federal and provincial. So, I mean, you've got a museum there, first one. Has there been any discussions or with the federal government in order to look at funding some of that, a little piece of that for the museum?
We are in the process of registering the museum, and once that is done, then there's some grant money available, and then the museum can start helping to pay for itself. We don't charge admission. We have tours. Tomorrow night we have the Royal Regina Rifle Cadet Corps coming, and there's 40 or 50 of them, and we'll give them a tour, and it'll be at no cost. And sometimes they have some money to donate to us.
Good.
Just to follow up, the provincial government has offered up $100,000 grant as well to veterans organization. I know they coined it as Legion and Anavets, but I actually challenged them and said it shouldn't be just for us. It should include all veterans organizations. But that information, that money isn't necessarily going to be for capital expenditures or operating expenditures. It's going to be for activities and programs such as our homeless vets program, the PAWS program, Power Me, mental health programs, and so forth.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Sounds like Mitchell Developments has done quite a bit for you guys.
Indeed.
Bought your building at a high price, leased it back to you for $10. How long is that agreement in place?
Currently we have a 10-year lease, but he's willing to carry it on indefinitely.
Providing that you pay your
Right.
appropriate
Right.
costs.
And he's reduced that by 50% of his initial. Last January he gave us a bill, and
Right.
and we after we recovered from the shock, we negotiated down to half of that. So.
What, if I could ask, when you got the capital money from Mitchell, where did that go?
Back into the renovations of the building.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, and in fact, there was a loan there that he forgave. So, otherwise, we'd have zero money in savings.
Right. I mean, I know you mentioned that in your letter. Today, how many members do you have?
We have over 300, and in the last couple of months, we've increased that membership by more than 10%.
Perfect. Perfect. Now, you've mentioned vets, old vets, but there's young veterans too.
Exactly.
And are you guys implementing them into your programs? And I mean, I'm thinking of PTSD, different things that men and women are coming back with
absolutely the
disturbances.
The membership that just joined our young. The majority of those are young veterans, and what we want eventually is for them to take over operation of the Legion. So us with white hair will stay at home and whatever. So
yeah.
But we're building for them, and that's something new that's
so it's happening. Not so the most recent veteran would be Afghanistan, or where would that be? Who would that be? Just to put it into perspective.
Yeah, it would be Afghanistan, yeah.
Would it be Afghanistan?
Yeah.
So that's not that long ago.
No. And our programs that we've been developing are geared towards the more of the modern day veteran, if you will.
Right.
An example of it, we just approved at a provincial level a physical wellness program for all veterans. Like, we don't want to single them out by age because we want to be inclusive. We really don't. It doesn't matter to us if he's 20 years old or if she's 80 years old. It really doesn't make a difference. We try to gear those programs to help as many people as they can. Right now, the big situation is going to be the mental health side of things, and that's why we established the peer support group. The peer support is the number one tool in tool bag to help with mental health. The number two is physical wellness. That's why we're establishing that. So we're just going to keep going down the line until we establish the programs that are helping not just veterans, but also hopefully outside to the first responders group as well.
Well, thanks for helping the old and the young. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll now look at report on community nonprofit tax exemption policy. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm bringing forward CR 18-122. Then the recommendation is that the revised community nonprofit tax exemption policy as described in this report and attached as Appendix A be approved. City Council requested the administration to create a policy for nonprofit and charitable sector to guide the consistent review and evaluation of applications for permissive property tax exemptions from nonprofit and charitable organizations.
Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Price.
Okay. The report also includes the engagement findings from the Praxis and the other survey that was sent out to the public. And the consultant notes 6 themes. One of them is that everyone supported the idea of a policy that was fair and transparent. But also the organizations thought that Regina's quality of life is important, and they don't feel that the principles outlined in the policy recognize the value. Some agree that the policy should contain clear criteria for evaluating who receives permissive tax exemptions. And then the online survey, people were divided on many of the policy principles. So from the engagement findings, there are some areas where people feel that there needs to be more work done. So, can I speak to this now?
You can, yes.
Okay. I think it's clear tonight that we all want a policy, and we want one that is fair. And one of the things that I did was put a motion up. Would you put the motion up? Because I think we have some more work to do, and I'm not even sure that my motion, especially the last one, actually says what it should say. But one of the things that we heard is that that we need clear descriptions of indicators for how we evaluate the criteria for exemption requests, and the quality of life needs to be defined. Just to say quality of life doesn't go far enough. So some of the words that we use in our vision that are part of our city are inclusion and diversity and strengthening social cohesion, and shouldn't all be required to do work in that area. And then the third one is that there's other ways of bringing exemptions in line with city budgets. This one is tax exemptions are referred to by some as burdensome on the taxpayer. Where actually,
are you moving an amendment right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I want to have a seconder for that, please.
No,
if I could.
no, I'm not moving an amendment. I'm moving a motion.
Okay.
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 Okay. There may be amendments.
Go ahead.
So rather than calling it a burden on the taxpayer, it is seen as an investment and value for the investment. So are there other ways of bringing exemptions in line with city budgets and financial conditions other than a cap? And if there is a cap, when would it be reviewed? And then my last one is that administration convene a meeting of culture and arts organization with EDR. But I think it should be a broader dialogue among all of the organizations that would be affected by this policy. But I do think that part of that should be the culture and arts sit down with EDR to talk about economic development and their part in it in the city.
Okay. So on the amendment then, you seconded the amendment. Speakers to the amendment. Now I'm not sure if they listened to the main amendment or to the amendment. Okay. Councillor Hawkins?
Very much, Your Worship. I first want to say that I support the work entirely of every organization that spoke tonight. I supported this kind of work all through my adult life, and I support it now. And I think it was very articulately stated. Now, with respect to the amendment, my problem with the amendment is that it's basically saying, let's not have the policy for another year, let's continue as we are, and let's do more consultation. I think we've done the consultation. I think all of these points have been raised, and when I speak to the main motion, if I get a chance, I'll speak further to this. But the point is, I think we need to get a policy in place. If there are gaps in the policy, after the policy has been allowed to work its way through a cycle, which is allowed for in the policy itself, at that point we can bring changes to the policy. Now you may say, well, why not get a perfect policy before we do anything? And the answer is because we don't know what perfection will look like. We have a very good policy in front of us. I think a policy which answers many of the points in Councillor Young's motion. I think we should move forward with that policy. Let me give you one example. Her motion speaks of the use of words such as inclusion, diversity, and strengthening. Well, we have in Clause 1, social development priorities. So I would argue those words are all there. We have the idea that the organizations can come forth and tell the process what it's doing in the words in Criteria 5, which says user fees, would be significantly impacted. So my point is that the current policy, which has been laboriously worked out, which has laboriously been consulted on, at least deserves a try at this point. I think if it's given that try, most of these points will be seen to be incorporated within the current policy, and where tweaks are necessary, I think it can then be made, those tweaks, those changes can then be made on the basis of experience. One last point, Your Worship. From what I've heard today, I can't imagine that any of the organizations that we presented would be in any way nervous about the current policy. It's clear from the work they do, that they come within the criteria of the current policy. And if the current policy is given a year or two to work, as is indicated in the current policy, that will be demonstrated. So I'm not in favor of delay here. I'm in favor of stepping forward with the current policy, letting it work, and then if changes need to be made, they can be made at that point. Delay will just take more time, in which the fairness, the transparency, the consistency, the alignment that the current policy attempts to achieve and does well will be further put off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. To the amendment, Councillor Stevens, remind everyone that amendments have 3 minutes for discussion.
Great, thank you. I guess a comment and then some questions for administration actually related to this amendment. I agree with what the delegation said. The city would certainly be worse off if we didn't have them in Regina. And I think that speaks to both the community associations as well as the art galleries, RCMP, and certainly the Legion. In fact, I'm learning a lot about them. My experience with the Legion was drinking with my grandfather at an age that was not appropriate for the Legion, but it was a great transformative experience, and I was really impressed by the extensive work that you're doing. I've seen this policy for quite some time now, so my question for administration is it fair to say that reading the applications through the lens of the cultural plan, even through the rec master plan when it comes to passing the OCP, is that not already implied with the adjudication process?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. Principle 1 actually says compliance with municipal policies, plans, bylaws, and codes and legislation, and specifically talks about Design Regina, the rec plan, and the cultural plan. So when it's going forward to be looked at, we are checking off those boxes to make sure that those organizations are meeting those along with the other principles, and we'll be looking at what they're bringing to us in terms of their application. The policy does allow for the 4 years also. It allows 1 to 4 years.
Okay, thank you. We had talked about this earlier, and actually we changed the name from exemption to incentive, and a lot of these organizations spoke about the need to invest in what they're bringing to the table. Is it fair to say that this is how we're interpreting it? This is an investment in cultural and social and community-based organizations. Is it a fair interpretation of the policy?
Ms. Harlech?
Through Your Worship, that's right. I mean, any exemption is giving to an organization to provide those, to meet the goals of all of our documents.
Okay, thank you. To the distinctness of some of these organizations, I had asked at a previous meeting about community gardens, and I found that kind of an onerous process. But the response was given that there can be sensitivity to the type of organization with regards to the application process. So for instance, a large organization would be required to divulge more information than a community garden or association. Is that true? And is the process kind of fine-tuned to the type of the organization that's applying here?
Ms. Harlech?
Through Your Worship, I might start and then ask Ms. Bryden to expand. Definitely, we have the Community Investment Grant Program, and we want to ensure that we're not doing duplication. So we would try and take information that we're already getting from that, so to make the process less onerous on applicants. And definitely with larger organizations that are very attuned to applying for grant programs, they wouldn't probably need as much help, but we would definitely be willing to help the smaller organizations through the process. I might ask Ms. Bryden if she has anything else to add.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the intention of administration is to certainly work with these organizations and not make an onerous, long, drawn-out application procedure. And as Ms. Harlech indicated, we'd be working with our partners with community investments to make sure we're not duplicating information.
Great, thank you. Speaking of community investments, does receiving those type of grants or other forms of grants immediately prohibit or prevent any of these organizations from securing this incentive funding or exemption?
Through your worship, no, not at all. We'll be evaluating it and looking at their applications with respect to what they're bringing with respect to the application process. It was asked, though, that we provide that information to show the investment that the city does give to these organizations.
Great, thank you. I want to drill into this a bit further here. And I'm putting administration on the spot with this, but from what you've heard and what you understand, would any of the organizations coming forward today be considered not eligible to apply? I'm not saying they would certainly get it or wouldn't, but is there anything here that signals that these are not eligible organizations?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, of course, we have to go through the application process, but on glance, no, they would definitely meet the criteria that's outlined in the policy with respect to meeting our goals of the OCP and our other master plans.
Thank you. Final question about this amendment, which in spirit I support, but what I'm hearing is that this is already how we're going to be interpreting the policy and putting it into place. Is this redundant, and is it simply just giving more time to work through this rather than changing dramatically how administration would actually put the policy into place?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, well, we believe we have a policy that we can work within in the spirit of what Councillor Young is putting forward. Definitely more consultation will bring more information, but I think at this point we're at a point where we can go through a cycle of looking at it. And the one thing I want to emphasize with council is this is a process upon which we will do the evaluations. We will bring a report forward. Council ultimately has to make the decision on the amounts that get approved every year because that's the requirement through the legislation. So when we bring reports forward, if council does not agree with our evaluation or the amounts that we're recommending each organization are to get, council has that authority at that time to make changes to the recommended exemption bylaw that we would be bringing forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, but just about, were you finished? Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Murray, on the amendment.
On the thanks.
Okay. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Findera?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I will support the amendment. Reason for that, I think I know we did lots of consultation, but what I'm hearing is, I'm thinking that the delegations or the community, I think it is nervous about this. So maybe I'm hearing it wrong, but I'm hearing that the community is nervous when we're looking at 1.2 million, and we're adding more people to that 1.2. I would say that would make some people nervous. So I'm thinking, what's going to hurt to take this out and consult, go through make sure that the I's and T's are crossed. Actually, we've talked to everyone. I'm hearing that, yes, they just started talking about it maybe 3 weeks or so. Maybe not everyone has seen this thing going through. I know it's been out there for a couple of years, but that's what I'm hearing. So my point to this is I will be supporting the amendment. I think we need to, as I think Councillor Young was talking about me speaking Chikai Woe, right? So just slow down a little bit and figure out what this is all about. I wanted to use this all the time, so I'm going to use it now. So I was just going to say, just slow it down, have a look, and make sure we got all our I's and T's dotted and crossed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findera. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young, could you take the chair, please?
Mayor Foucher?
I have a question for the administration. Firstly, that in terms of the process that's recommended in the report, for 2019, it is a status quo. This will apply to the 2020 year. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman. That is correct. And for 2019, everybody will get their status quo tax exemptions. But what would happen in 2019 is that the applications would be required to be submitted so that we can evaluate them with the recommendation to council in the fall so that we can go into the 2020 year understanding where the exemptions would be going.
So for the next year, 2019, is status quo. That's an important element when you get into a possible transition to a new program. Take some of the points made by some of the other members of council raised that some of the wording used in here is already within the existing proposal. References to the OCP, references to inclusiveness, diversity, strengthening social cohesion. All those principles are already involved in the review. The lens that we looked at already, just to confirm the administration, but the lens under which we looked at this new policy speaks to the issue of the OCP, our cultural plan, and some of the words of inclusion that are already here, just to confirm that, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chairman, that is correct.
So I struggle with this because it's not a question of whether we are going to say nobody gets any funding anymore. This is not what this is about. This is about, for the first time in many, many years, trying to get an exemption policy that sets a framework for administration and council of how we apply exemptions and how we get them. It's for clarity, transparency, and openness. So for me, I support the policy, but I have some issues related to, I'll say, the mechanical issues. And one of them are the procedures. The application process is cumbersome and onerous for no matter who applies for this. Also, if it's a year by year, that could be difficult as well. That may be something we should be looking at. But I favor the existing or the proposed policy in the report because I want to see if it works. There's been a lot of time and effort put in by this council and by the administration to try to frame this together. Is it perfect? No, it's not. Are we trying to work with the community? Yes, we are. And some of the concerns that have been raised are valid concerns. They have been addressed by the administration. Whether they are in agreement by the delegations, I'm not so sure about that. But I would want to see how this works in 1 year. And if it doesn't work, then we go back again and we say, look, let's just start over and begin the principles again. Because I think the principles in this proposal are the same principles that are here, stated in a different way. And if you go back for more consultation, I'm not sure what we will achieve beyond what we have here, because it includes the same kind of direction here. So I will support the main proposal by the administration. Well, lots of other speakers that come up here. Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. What I would like to, I just want to clarify. In the Legion's report, it says that they're going to be looking at $25,706 as per the 2018 assessment. So they will be exempt. They won't have to pay that for 2019. Is that clear based on what's in front of us today?
Ms. Howlett?
Through your worship, so maybe I'll just explain. The current policy, or the current practices is in January we bring you the annual bylaw and make recommendations this is the bylaw that's always been approved. That's what will happen in January, and right now the Legion isn't on that list. So we would have to look at that because we're looking at in 2019 recommending to council that all of the people that are on the current exemption we'd be recommending to council that they get the same exemption that they have in the past, and the Legion's not on that. So we'll have to deal with that going forward. With the policy, if the policy is approved tonight, then the Legion would apply, and as per the policy, there is wording in the new policy that would allow them to apply under the new policy for exemption, for the exemption.
And if we go with the amendment, they would just reapply and...
Well, the way the amendment is, from my understanding, is that it would be the same as right now, everything would be status quo. We don't have a current policy, right. So our current practice is that the exemption, the yearly exemption bylaw comes to council, and then council would, council would approve it or not. We would have to make a recommendation with respect to the Legion for 2019.
Okay. Thanks. And so just want to speak on the Legion thing a little bit more. And through you, Mr. Mayor, is there a way that we can, I'm trying to figure it out, because if you look at the dedication that's been going on with the veterans, the old and the new, the war vets, the cenotaph, the Brand Center at Remembrance Day, daily, weekly, yearly, these people put their lives in front of us, and then we need to come up with 25 grand to help them out to keep their facility going and their museum going. So I'm not sure where this sits, and you know, if they're going to have to apply, then who else gets bumped out? That would be the other thing I would look at too. So if there's any way that we could maybe move some kind of a motion to exempt, I don't know how to do this and how it can be done, if there's a way to exempt the Legion of their tax burden for 2019 until we come up with this new policy in 2020.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, we can bring forward, when we bring the exemption, like the yearly annual bylaw forward, we'll address the Legion at that time within that report, along with the daycares that was approved by council.
Okay.
Because that all has to be included in the one
and that's
exemption. And I believe it's January or February. I'm sorry, I'll ask Ms. Bryden to explain when the annual bylaw will come forward.
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the annual bylaw typically comes forward in March, April.
March, April? Okay,
February,
good.
March. We're trying to bring it a little earlier this year.
Yeah, March works too, so yeah. Okay, just so we know ahead of time and so that these gentlemen here can take the information back to their group. So, okay, I'm good with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So thank you to the delegations who spoke. I think we all agree the importance of all of the organizations that have come forward tonight. But the more I've heard and listened, I think that, and if the policy does not have to be, the bylaw is not going to be coming maybe until February, March, or April, I guess I'm going to ask the question is, you know, what would hurt with having a couple months more of consultation like they've requested, just to, you know, it may not change anything, but again, to have the consultation process, talk about the Legion in that policy as well, because again, I think it's an important organization to have in there, and then bring it back together. I think they've all asked for a little. I know it's administration's time. I know there's been long discussions, but is that something that could be done?
Anything could be done. Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct. We can go out. The 2019 recommendations with regards to the bylaw has nothing to do with this policy. They're kind of separate. We're recommending that. So just so you're aware there in that sense. We would want to have the policy, if a policy is approved, sooner rather than later, because the organizations and ourselves need to establish and get all of the applications in, because I might ask Ms. Bryden to go through the process of when they would have to submit their applications in order to advance a 2020 recommendation to council. Ms. Mills will answer that.
Through Your Worship, currently the deadline is June 30th, and that is kind of the latest that we had thought we could extend that in order for us to have time to review the applications and then bring a report forward in the fall so that we can have the applications evaluated in time for the next year's assessment notices, which would assist us in the budgeting process. So while we can certainly look at doing more consultation, it does take quite a bit of time to kind of gather those results and bring it forward. So we would be looking at kind of a tight crunch to get the results before you and then have that done in time for that June 30th deadline.
Thank you for that. One of the areas that I am concerned with in the policy, and it was talked about tonight, is the duration of the tax exemption, the 1 year. I think any organization knows it's hard to plan And if you don't know if there's, and we know that there's probably going to be more coming in for nonprofits, I mean, they have to have some notice as well. So again, with that extra consultation, it might, I mean, maybe there is a suggestion that it's maybe a 2-year. I also see this as huge amount of work for our staff every year to go through these applications. I mean, we're trying to reduce and find efficiencies. I'm not sure that every year looking at the same organizations, which we've kind of said tonight have been the ones coming forward, that this is something we want to have staff do. So can I just have someone respond into that, to that, please?
Through you, Your Worship. The policy actually talks about 1 to 4 years. So as we're working with these organizations through the process, like we believe we've listened and we understand, and going forward with this policy, we would work very closely with them through the process to get their feedback, to go through that, and then we would make the recommendations based on the policy. Again, we'd be making recommendations to council on the organizations. One of the reasons why there was the difference between the 1 and the 4 was because the 1.2 million, if we gave everybody the 4, then there would never be any opportunity for new organizations to come in to access the funds. But we do feel that there is core organizations that we would recommend the 4-year for some stability in that sense. So as we work through this process, as we've heard a number of times from the Mayor and Councillor Hawkins, it is an iterative process that we're going to work very closely with these organizations to see how the policy works and then make recommendations forward. But at the end, when the recommendations come from administration based on our analysis, at the end it's really council's decision whether or not you're okay with the numbers that we're recommending based on each organization.
Okay. So just to be clear, through your worship, are you saying some organizations are going to have a 1-year or 2-year or 3 or 4-year, or is it going to be the same for everybody?
Through you, Your Worship, that'll be part of our analysis and we'll make our recommendations. We were asked to provide that within the policy, to provide options for up to 4 years. And that's similar to the community investment grant. There is a 4-year grant for our community partners, and that's always subject to budgets. And I might ask Ms. Emmeline Hill to kind of speak about the process with respect to that, because we're trying to tie a little bit with the evaluation so that we're not duplicating efforts.
Ms. Hill?
Through you, Your Worship, the Community Partner Program was built to recognize the importance of core operating funding and stability for some of our key, unique, and strategic organizations in the community, both in culture and in the social development area. And so it is designed to provide some certainty over a 4-year period. There's 4-year grant agreements that are drawn up for all of those organizations. And while they're always subject to budget, in our conversations with the community, and I think council recognizes this as well, that stability is very important. So we try to maintain that to the extent possible.
Okay, thank you for that. I can understand the worry from some of the organizations when they see the 1 year, even though it's indicated here that offers to the community are of a duration exceeding 1 year for a term of not more than 4 calendar years. So it's still kind of a bit unknown. Again, I think if we have a couple months where we could sit down and take a look at just even that piece, I think is very important. Because again, I think that the work they do, we know that they offer the work they do in our community. Again, I think it's not really an incentive. It's kind of the work that they do. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the recent conversation about cycles, how that worked, but it also twigged a memory, and I remember when we first talked about this, we were concerned about the funding and the number of new requests. Have we received any new requests in the last few months, or where do new requests sit?
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship, we've had the Legion and the daycares have come forward at this point.
And that would be the total?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Good, thanks very much. I heard from the delegations, most of them anyway, and they were quizzed about the notion of punishing growth and success. So can I get a response from administration as to, was that built into the policy? Are you surprised with that comment, or how would you react to that, please?
Through your worship, that's not the intent of the policy. The financial needs section was really about getting more information about the impacts if they didn't get that. And I think that's something that we've heard before when we're looking at council and wanting to understand the business and the lines of business that an organization is getting, so we know where the funds are going to. I think it is important that the reason why we were asked to put in the 1 to 4 was to align more so with the community grant programs on some of our partners that need more of those 4 years stability. And so we would definitely be looking at making those types of recommendations with our core funding partners, or pardon me, our partners on the community investments side.
Thank you. Reference was made to the notion of other orders of government asking the municipality or asking of them if the municipality is on board and so on. Is that not a policy, almost not policy, sorry, poor choice of words. Is that not a technique that we use when people come forward to us and they're seeking money where we say, what's the province doing and what are the feds doing?
Ms. Harlech?
Through you, your worship, yes, those are questions that we do ask.
Thanks very much. Just a couple of thoughts. One is, when we began this process, it was council that arbitrarily, I use that word because I'm not sure where it came from, so it's my word, that the funding level was going to be set at $1.2 million. And I think that the concern was that if a lot of organizations came through, knew that, first of all, this would be well advertised, we'd open the arms and say, come on forward, we have some cash for you, that it would dilute for some of the other, I'll call them long-term partners. So I think in my view, in going forward, that's one of those things that we have to evaluate. In other words, if these are organizations that are carrying forward a mandate that we want, then we maybe have to look at how we do that and how funding. I'm not saying that's an increase necessarily. I'm saying we have to understand that. The second thing I heard a little bit, and there was 2 words. One was base and one was core funding. And I guess as I would look forward, I would say, well, I think I could probably describe that. I think I would want to understand that might mean different things for different people. We heard the other day, we were talking about community associations. Some hire folks, some use volunteers. So the notion of base and what you provide is an interesting concept. I appreciate very much the response, because I can't imagine that we'd have a policy that where we wish to punish, where we would wish to punish somebody who's been part of our community, bringing in folks, doing all the things that you're supposed to do that basically for a long time we've said is really good. So I think right now I'm going to be supporting the notion of the policy. I think the 1 year and the normal dialogue that will go on. But certainly I think when we come to budget in next year, I think we'll have some interesting discussions about how this is working, what's going forward. I'm good with what we're at.
Thank you, Councillor Dahl. Councillor Massinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. A couple quick questions. In terms of the Legion coming forward, having a cap on this policy and already being at the cap, how would that turn out for the next year? Would some people go with a partial exemption, or?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, that we'll have to look at when we go through each application to see if they meet the criteria, because there may be some that don't meet the criteria and would come off, which would open up the door for more funding availability.
If everyone did meet the criteria, would that be the guiding factor for having that cap reviewed by council at that time, or would the cap just be in place and would it be split up? How would this move through?
So the way it would work through your worship is that we would do the evaluation, and right now we have the cap. So we would explain to council how the funding was portioned out based on the requests. And then at that time, council would have the ability to to look at that and make some changes or make recommendations with respect to
So
that.
either stand fast or to top up as we see fit accordingly.
It would have to be through you, Your Worship. It would have to be through the ultimate budget process. I mean, obviously, like for the going forward, but at that one time, we would provide options for council if there is a funding gap.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion as put forth by administration.
Thank you for that. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Young, do you want to close debate? Okay. Councillor Young.
Since there is a year before this goes into use, I don't see any reason why some of the conversations that people would like to have couldn't be had. And what I've been told is that some of the criteria are not as clear as they need to be. Just listing the OCP, for instance, the Recreation Master Plan and the Cultural Plan, assuming that people will pick the right things out of that and use that to support. Without pulling from that some really major things like inclusion and diversity and strengthening social cohesion, which are part of those plans but could be not used at all and are really integral to the vision for this city. So things like that could happen. The other thing that is going to happen is that not all people will be able to have the exemption they have now. If more people come on board wanting an exemption, and the report says 3 have already come forward, then it will be less of an exemption for the other organizations. And that's why they're nervous about this. So if there needs to be a dialogue to put their fears at rest, then I think we need to do that. The other thing is about the cap. There are other ways of bringing exemptions in line with city budgets. So I understand that you'll try the cap and that if it doesn't work that you can do something else. But if we're going to move to a population of 300,000 and we're going to grow the city and grow the tax base, are we going to continue to just have a cap on exemptions, or are we going to try to grow our cultural and arts organizations and other organizations who actually do the work for the city goals and cultural plans? So I don't see any reason why we can't go forward with the policy and perhaps do some of the consultation that's been asked for by the organizations that were here speaking to us this evening. I think a policy is good, but I think it needs to be clear, and I don't think that all of the parts of the policy are clear, and that the criteria that will be used to evaluate those different sections of the policy are clear. There are no indicators listed for those policies. So it's a lot of interpretation. So I'd like to see some of this happen, whether this passes or not.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You've closed debate on the amendment, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Five. Those opposed? Motion defeated. Members defeated, yeah. It's a motion, though. So we're back onto the those discussing the main motion. Speakers to that? If there are none, then I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. 10-minute recess? Councillor? Okay, Councillor Down moved. You move it? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're back at 10 after the hour. If I could call the meeting to order, please. I'd like to continue on with our agenda, and I'd like to invite Stu Niebergall to come forward, please. Niebergall, you've been here several times. You know the process. If you identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Great. I'm Stu Niebergall, the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. We're fortunate Councillor Hawkins brought this item forward this past summer. Some might suggest that we were a little premature in our response then, but it really did give some good space for us to go back to our industry and really reflect on this particular item and have some very good conversations with our industry and certainly with the administration. So we support the City of Regina administration's recommendation to use option 2, moderate landscaping requirements and enforcement, and option 3, intensive bylaw and process changes as outlined in their report. We recognize that the city administration still needs to develop a business process for residential construction industry and the city administration to deliver a great result in our new communities on this item. We are appreciative of the consultation process that Diana Hulrich and Riley Sloka, and I missed in my submission, Kim Onright, who together facilitated stakeholders like community developers, new home builders, Fire Chief Lane Jackson, and other city administration together to find an effective solution to resolve the outstanding issue of weed control and lack of front yard landscaping. We feel strongly that the city administration recommendation creates the right balance for the aesthetics of neighborhoods, city administration, city bylaw enforcement, community developers, builders, new homeowners, and neighbors to ensure landscaping and weed control occurs with the right time, within the right time frame while not burdening any of the stakeholders with excessive costs. We respectfully request that City Council unanimously support the City Administration's recommendations. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall. There are questions. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Niebergall. The support which you and the industry gave to the city and working with the city on this has been outstanding. I have one question. Will a policy like this assist the home builders industry? Maybe you can also reflect on the developers industry as well. Will it assist in selling homes and improving the market for housing in Regina?
Yeah, I think very much so. That was some of the benefit of this discussion back within the industry. I know the day after the August 21st meeting, and I jumped in my car. I'm going to tease Councillor Bresciani a little bit, that she had commented that you could drive a small car into Greens and Gardner, and I drive a Mini, so it is a small car. So the next day, we did exactly that. We drove in to understand that. We took a lot of photos. I did make my way out, but it did highlight the problem. We shared that with people within the industry, and there certainly is something that did need to be addressed. A lot full of weeds, a house in a community that's been built 5-6 years ago that have weeds this high doesn't benefit anybody in the community. But it is about finding that right balance about how do you address the problem, and again, not put policies in place that are so prescriptive or draconian, as I used that word that night as well, that take away people's creativity and the ability to make right decisions at the right time. I think the policy also allows the development community to take steps over and above the city to improve that when they choose. But when that is lacking, it does give the administration better tools than they would have today to address that problem. In a very, again, I felt it's a very pragmatic solution the administration came to.
Thank you very much to you and your industry for constructive engagement.
Great.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for coming out, Stu. The 2-year time frame given in this policy, do you think that's adequate for most home buyers? Is it a little bit on the lean side, or do you think that's...
No, when we looked at this particular issue, one of the things we appreciate the recommendation really respects that the best we could find in terms of when is the right time to ensure landscaping has happened within a lot because of issues of settling. You know, the day the house is turned over to the owner is not necessarily the best day to have the landscaping down. You know, if that's occurring within 2 years, you're getting some of the optimum benefit for long term. From that perspective. But we've also seen in the meantime from this discussion, others were already doing this, but we will see more doing this behavior, just jumping ahead of the curve on some of these things. And we're already seeing some builders make different decisions related to the front yard, just naturally by putting some stuff out down in front. We've seen some increases of artificial turf, some other components on there. And again, the policy really allows some flexibility for that to happen, while at the very same time ensuring there's enough of a tool there to motivate people to get this done.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. No other questions? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And I'll look at report 123, landscape regulations. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. May I have a second and I'll speak to
Second report. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. My intention here is to be brief. This motion came forward from Councillor Hawkins. I want him to have the opportunity to elaborate. But just so that people understand what we're talking about soft landscaping on 1 and 2 unit dwellings and new greenfield, infill, and brownfield developments. And then we're also talking about the enforcement of that. And I think a couple things that kind of, if I could just highlight a couple of things. One is we take great pride in our community about trees and the tree canopy. And this kind of brings that back. And I think it also brings up that discussion about enforcement. So it's nice to say there's a rule, but if you don't come out and check or do whatever, so it doesn't really happen. And that applies not just to new development, but it applies to brownfield development and infill development. And I'll leave my comments for now.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councillor O'Donnell's remarks. They're bang on. If there was a gold medal for municipal policy development, this policy would get it. And I want to thank the industry, and I want to thank the city administration especially for the work that was done on this. I'm going to list 6 reasons very briefly why, and I'm going to end by asking the administration to explain the details of the policy. Here's why this is an excellent policy. 1, there was an urgent situation last summer, and here we are today, just a few months later, with a policy. Action quickly. 2, the policy is comprehensive, more comprehensive than we asked. It's not just developer lots. It's development lots. It's lots with unsold houses. It's lots with houses where nothing's been done in terms of landscaping for a couple of years. 3, importantly, this is a policy that builds into it education. Part of the problem here is many first homeowners, sometimes many people new to the country, weren't sure what was expected in terms of minimal landscaping. There is an education provision here that will help them with that. 4, this is not a heavy-handed policy. This is not requiring every yard in the neighborhood to look exactly the same. It's minimal landscaping to keep down weeds and to keep down dust. And even better, as Councillor O'Donnell pointed out, it gives the developers some room to go further if they wish. 5, all stakeholders were consulted, and how beneficial and fortunate we were with respect to that consultation. And finally, this allows for improved enforcement, not just in terms of landscaping through ticketing, but it allows generally for us to start to think in a different way about enforcement. And Fire Chief Lane, who's here, Lane Jackson, who's here, was instrumental in that. So on all kinds of fronts, there are positive advantages for the city in this policy. I just want to finish by asking Ms. Harlock if you can outline the brief forms of the brief highlights in this policy.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, as Councillor Hawkins indicated, it is we are recommending landscape option number 2 that's outlined in the report. And as Mr. Niebergall had indicated, it was really working together and coming up with a 4-pronged approach about developing reasonable landscaping requirements, but allowing developers to enhance those landscaping requirements when they needed it, and really working with the enforcement tools and enhancing that. And then, of course, education. So landscaping option number 2 is setting consistent base minimum requirements for sites that will be ornamental plants, shrubs or trees, turf or suitable permeable ground cover to prevent instability, including but not limited to erosion of soil, approved by the development officer. So through the process, we'll work with the developers when landscaping plans come in, or pardon me, subdivision plans will come in. They'll have to submit their subdivision landscaping plans, and then as each lot is developed, the owners will need to make sure that they're applying or adhering to this policy, and we'll use that as part of our process going forward. From the enforcement side, again, it's I might start and then ask Mr. Onrait or to add, or Mr. Jack, the chief, to add anything, but it's really about providing stronger tools for enforcing property maintenance standards, and so it's enhancing our already existing tools and looking at implementing a ticketing system and moving forward with that to allow for those opportunities to get enforcement done in a quicker manner in order to address the situations that we're coming across. So working all together, we were able to, I think, come up with a balanced policy that will meet everybody's needs. As Councillor Hawkins indicated, it is a 2-year time frame that people have to get their landscaping in, and it isn't just for the new areas, it is for infill developments also, so it grows across the city. And as Mr. Niebergall said, we will have to do a little bit more work with respect to lots that are still owned by the builders and those things. The one thing I'd like to note is in the recommendations, which is recommendation number 2. One of the things that we saw throughout the consultation, or heard through the consultation, was about looking at creating a program that supports tree plantings within our city to get a green, or to expand our tree canopy, and looking at potential sources of funding to do that, to enhance our urban forest. So we are asking council to direct administration to go forward to look at that, what a program would look like. And I can answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you.
I wonder if Mr. Onrait or Chief Jackson have any additional comments. Chief Jackson, do you have any comments? Put you on the spot.
So, through you, Your Worship, the enhanced enforcement tools will definitely work to providing a deterrent within the community also. The goal would be education, as Councillor Hawkins had stated, but with those enhanced tools, we do have other enforcement tactics available to us.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Brashani.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to Councillor Hawkins for bringing this forward, and also to City Administration, as well as Mr. Niebergall, for all the work that the organization has done. In my area, I could not wait for this long enough. I was doing my newsletter, and I had in there about having the weed bylaw, and they thought I meant the cannabis. No, it's actually weeds in the area, so I'm very grateful for this coming. And the one thing that really stuck out with me is it's almost, when we look at it, we've got the city, the developers, the residents, and we're all kind of working together to be that good neighbor. That's really what we want, because what I hear as a councillor is that I keep up my yard. Why are they not expected to do theirs? So this is something that I think is going to be very good for our city, and I think it's going to raise the bar for our city too. When I was driving in my area and it was no word of a lie, the weeds were so high, I was surprised that it was allowed. But I think one of the other things too, and this will help, is there's residents out there that say, I don't want to develop my front yard yet, because the weeds are going to blow in from the other lots. So again, it's kind of working together. I do mine, you do yours, and we kind of keep it work together to have a beautiful city. So I want to say thank you, and thank you for the urgency on this to get this done to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bershani. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. If I read in Mr. Niebergall's statement, it says, we recognize the city administration still needs to develop a business process for residential construction industries and the city administration to deliver results in new communities. Residential construction is not just landscaping, it's trucks driving on the land. Those trucks come onto the street, leave mud everywhere. This was something we talked about, I brought up a while ago, and it's just ridiculous in some of the areas, new areas. Mine has sort of grown out of that, but yet I've got Hawkstone and Kensington Green, and some of the other councillors have a lot more new development than I do now, but I used to. And Lakeridge was a total mess because the developers, the contractors would all go on, wreck the front dirt, take it all onto the street, and we wouldn't do anything about it. Secondly, in terms of landscaping and piles of dirt that residents are leaving on their front yard, on the sidewalk or on the street, this should all be part of the landscape of everything that happens when a development, whether it be commercial, residential, it should all be the same thing because it's the same contractors that are going in and taking on digging the basements. We're not going after them, and yet now we're going to go after residents. So we got to make it a fair playing field. And I think if we don't go after them with the big trucks and the dirt and ripping them through the streets, then it's going to be tough to go after the residents because we're not enforcing that. So it'll make it more difficult. Just a comment.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to speak to the bylaw process change to amend the community standards bylaw. I have older neighborhoods. I don't have the growth area that Councillor Bresciani has, but a lot of rentals and homes that are not being taken care of. And the standards bylaw, the way it was written, if you had high weeds, something could be done. But if they were the flat spreading weeds and bare soil, it really wasn't written into the bylaw. So this takes care of that. And I'm wondering if Chief Jackson could comment on complaint compliance, whether both are going forward as a way to get properties to be in the standards bylaw.
Chief Jackson.
Through you, Your Worship. The complaint and compliance process, we find that the majority of complaints that come in is voluntarily comply. So it is a rare occasion that we have to use or move to more extreme measures. So in regards to the complaint and compliance, that's what we're finding for the majority. The majority voluntarily comply once we've been out and investigated and identified the deficiency and what the requirements are. In regards to the changes to the bylaw, they are applicable both to new developments and to existing developments. So in regards to that, the areas that are existing, these changes would also apply, and we can use those amendments to the bylaw for existing properties within existing neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. No other speakers. I'll turn it over back to Councillor Donald to close debate.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Donald.
Thanks. I just wanted to be fair to the discussion that was at Planning Commission. And so to the notion of what is here, everything is good, but there's a catch. And the catch is that it needs to be enforced. And if it needs to be enforced, we may need some more folks. And so in fairness to the chief, he was very kind, very professional. So I'll just say this. We may have to look at a staff hire in the future and make sure that all of these things can be done. So we have to be conscious of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. You closed debate, so I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we go to the bylaw. Councillor Young.
2018-66, the Regina Community Standards Amendment Bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2018-66 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaw 2018-66 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2018-66 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2018-66 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Great. So we'll move on to daycare options, the City Council Report Executive Committee. Councillor Young.
I bring forward CR 18-124, and this was a two-part report on daycare options, and we already took care of the second part at the budget meeting with exemptions for a certain class of daycares. But the first one is that that administration be instructed to consult with stakeholders to determine the daycare policy, purposes and objectives, and to get back to us in Q2 of 2020.
Have a seconder for that, please. And Councillor Murray.
So the city administration will be talking with council to see what things we think are important to put in that policy, and then they'll be going out and talking to stakeholders as well. And so I think that it's going to give us a chance first to talk about what we think should be in a policy, and then it will go out for stakeholder consultation.
Right, so we're just approving the ability to do the consultation.
Yes.
Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Protective Services Committee. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I rise in support of CR 18-125. University of Regina Park.
Just on point of order, just.
I have to excuse myself. I work for the University of Regina, and there may be a conflict here, so it's best to excuse myself.
Okay. So for the record, we have the reason for the withdrawal. Okay. Councillor Flagel, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Rise in support of CR 18-125. University of Regina Parking Ticket Administration and Revenue Agreement. Executive Director of City Services be delegated to the authority to negotiate and approve up to a one-year agreement with the University of Regina for the administration, collection, prosecution of parking tickets issued at the university. This is something that...
Let's just get a seconder for that.
Yeah, I could.
Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. This is something that they want to bring back in-house. There's a lost revenue of about $250,000 to the city. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere in that range. I don't see it right in front of me here. And that way, they want to do it themselves, and we're off the hook. And now we still have, my understanding is anything a year prior that we're collecting on is still going to go into our pot until such time as then it goes back into their coffer. So I'll wait for any comments.
Okay, thank you for that. Any comments by anyone else? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. If I could just ask the administration maybe just to talk through that exact process. There is an in and an out financially, and maybe if just so people could understand that, please.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship. So the budget impact in 2019, depending on when the university implements their change on their side, that will be absorbed in our current 2019 budget. Moving forward in 2020 and future years, it would have an impact of approximately $400,000 in revenue and about $150,000 on the expense side, so about a net difference of $250,000, which will come through the 2020 budget process. So this is, as Councillor Flagel had pointed out, this was brought forward to administration from the U of R. It's an internal process. They're going to take it in-house, and through that we would not be collecting, doing collections on their behalf, nor would we be prosecuting on their behalf. So that'll be two internal changes that we have.
And if I could just follow that up, there would be some staff changes here as well. Can I just get an update on that, please?
Mr. Onrait?
Through your worship, so the bulk of this work is done between a number of staff. So what we will do is have a look at the hours of work that have been put forward, and that'll be part of our discussion as we bring forward for the 2020 budget discussions.
Last question, was this taken into account in the budget? Yes, it was. Thanks. If I could just make one other comment.
Go ahead.
I've had the pleasure of dealing with some of our parking staff over the last year or more.
Got some parking tickets, did you?
Pardon me?
You got some parking tickets?
No, didn't get any. But there were some other folks that wanted to talk to me about parking tickets and parking, actually. And so I think it is an extremely thankless job. But I really find that the folks, and one of the gentlemen is present today, do an amazing professional job of treating people really well. Just want to make sure he understands that.
Has some comments? Mr. Wurry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment on the recommendation around delegation of authority to the Executive Director of City Services. With the recent reorganization, responsibility for this area has now changed. So we would recommend changing the delegation of authority from Executive Director City Services to Manager of Parking Services.
I said for an amendment. Councillor O'Donnell, seconded by Councillor Flegel. Discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any further discussion on the report as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. First, we can get our councillors back in. So we're back on to the underutilized land study, but we have a communication from Daytona Homes. I have a motion to accept that, Councillor Murray, and all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Councillor Young for the underutilized land study, report 126.
Yes, Your Worship. EX 1831. This recommendation is asking us to approve the underutilized land study recommendations in order to develop an underutilized land improvement strategy for the city. And that this would come back to the city, this strategy would come back to the city for approval in Q4 of 2019. And when we're talking about this, we're talking about underutilized land in the city, like vacant lots, brownfield, Bluefield, which is an institutional or a community facility that's no longer in use, or chronically vacant buildings or standalone surface parking lots. They're very costly and very difficult to develop because of things happening underground that we may not even be sure about, and maybe some contamination of the land. So that's what this is all about. And I would like to say that there's also a grant of $63,500 through the Green Municipal Fund for the cost of preparing the study and the strategy. And once it's finalized, the funding is available if the strategy is approved by April of 2020. And this is due to come forward in Q4 of 2019.
Thank you. A seconder for that report, please. Councillor Stevens. A discussion on the report. There is none? No, there are some. Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on this. I think it's one of the most interesting and important studies and potential policies that I've seen come before council. Only been here a couple of years. However, it was incessant when I talked to residents, planners, the need to invest in infill development to meet our OCP targets. I think this is an incredible document. For those of you who were at the executive committee meeting, I think that back and forth with the consultant could have gone on for another hour or so, and had some of us been allowed to, we would have. So I look forward to administration's report and turning this into a policy and strategy at the end of the year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to mirror Councillor Stevens' comments about this study. I find it very interesting and very important to our city. I know that this is literally a big hole in our downtown. More than once. Yeah, sorry, guys. Just for a note here, I know we have the Dewey lands on the RRI, I believe is the acronym for it, coming forward. This study isn't done yet. Will this study influence that land? To go ahead with the land before the study is finished? Is there kind of a bit of a crossing? Any thoughts on that?
Ms. Howlett?
Through your worship, the RRI lands, they are vacant lands, but I think we already have a strategy going forward for those. This is about more so lands that have been sitting vacant and underutilized for some time and what we're going to do with those. But there could be incentives or policies that might come forward that might be used on those lands in the future.
I guess more to my point is if we start to invest in the RRI lands without finishing this report or the information that we provide or the changes we made, are we toenailing ourselves, putting the cart before the horse because we've already invested in those lands, but we're not sure what we're doing with the rest of these underutilized lands? Should they come in conjunction?
Yeah.
Sarah?
Through you, your worship. No, I don't believe so. I think part of this is the themes that it's broken down into. We'll be looking at strategies that'll look at those things. One of the things we are going to be looking at is obviously when we go forward through our neighborhood planning processes, we'll be identifying those lands within those studies to say what mechanisms and what tools do we need to use to incentivize those lands to be developed. So no, I don't think there's a sequencing problem between the RRI and this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. No other speakers. I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll go to Planning Commission. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. This is a discretionary use application, a religious institution addition at 2110 King Street.
Seconder, please.
Seconder, yeah.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks very much. So this church was built, I believe it was in 1962. It was built at a time when, and hear me out, when parking requirements were not in existence for a religious institution. I should just sit down for a minute and pause and let you think about that, okay? So, in the interim, this church went ahead and created parking spots. And if I remember correctly, the number was 15. And so now forge ahead to 2018 and the church's growth. And in my time on council, this is only the second time we've had a church come forward and say that they're growing. And so they want to add a number of more seats. I believe the number is 60. They're going to add another story onto the church and so on, and carry on with their business. What was interesting, again, was we had a gentleman come forward, a neighbor, and said, gosh, parking's an issue. And really what they've done is because of the addition, that's where the parking is measured against. And so they meet their requirement. Parking on the street, and I want you to think of 13th Avenue, by the way, on that side of the street, there are no houses. That the people, parishioners, are allowed to park there because it is not against the bylaw. Street parking is within the public mandate. It's a straight-owned street, and people can park there. And I think with all of those things in mind, Planning Commission saw this as a benefit to the community, and we seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to informational items, and we'll take these individually because I know that Councillor Bresciani has a conflict on one of them. So I'm going to ask for a motion to receive and file as information the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Corporation motion. Councillor Hawkins, a seconder for that. Okay, Councillor Rice, discussion on this report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for the record, Councillor Bresciani, if you could state why you're leaving.
Yeah, thank you. I have a conflict as a family member has a deposit on property in the towns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll watch as you walk out. So I have a motion to receive and file the report on the town's development. Okay, Councilor Flagel, seconder. Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on the report. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. I wanted to raise a couple of points and issues about the towns and the development that's going forward. A couple of things is there's been a lot of traffic going down Woodham's Drive, and I'm wondering if there's any plans for four-laning, Woodland Grove Drive, I'm sorry, four-laning that in any juncture with the help of the developers.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, I might ask Ms. Bisdell to answer that.
Ms. Bisdell?
Through your worship, at this time there is no plans to widen Woodland Grove Drive to a 4-lane. There is some accommodations right at the intersection to have turning lanes and have it a little bit wider, but not for the whole road.
And what about streetlights on the northern part of it, where it's an open field on one side and condominiums on the west side? East side is vacant land. It's dark. I mean, it's totally black out there. And I'm just wondering if there's any lighting that's going to be looked at putting in there temporarily, if nothing else, maybe solar.
Ms. Bisdell?
At this time, not through the development, because the development has not reached that point. In regards to temporary, that might be something that you'd talk to Roadways and Transportation about, but
okay.
Not through the development.
So, thanks for that. If I was to buy an acre of land, are we going by acres or hectares? I guess that would be my first question.
Either
one. If I was to buy an acre of land from the city of Regina or from Dundream, what would it cost me today?
Mr. Lacey.
Yeah. Through you, your worship, I'll refer that question to Mr. Krawchuk.
Through you, your worship, it would depend in part on what it was zoned. As an example, we have some commercial land at 1.1 million per acre. Residential properties typically are sold per front foot and range from 4,200 to 4,700 per front foot, depending on the development costs that go into them.
Yeah, is that current prices today for an acre? An acre or a hectare?
1 acre, 1.1 million.
1 acre. 1 acre of land. Yes, okay, so 1.1 million. Okay, is that can I ask that because the reason I ask that is, I mean, I know it's a different area altogether, but the Huda School just paid about $380 for an acre. And I know it's a totally different area, but are these all appraised values that the Huda School was done on and the Towns is done on, or is this something different that it would be, if they took it to the bank, would the bank appraiser say the same thing? I guess is what I'm looking for.
Mr. Krawchuk?
Through you, your worship, the land in the town is based again on development costs, so an appraisal would likely bear out those costs. The land that was sold to Huda School is somewhat different. It was municipal reserve, it was unserviced, and would be worth slightly less. The valuation of it was based on the adjacent land, and that's how we arrived at the value that we sold that land at.
Adjacent land where? Sorry.
The land value that the school is currently located on.
Okay. Thanks, and through you. A couple other things. I'm just wondering, the Towns and Eastbrook have no commercial or are low in commercial development. There's only acre 21. Are we open for business in terms of allowing developers to build commercial land, commercial businesses, gas stations, or are we keeping to the east and south portion only?
Ms. Harlock or Mr. Lacey?
Through you, your worship. So that will depend on the overall zoning for the southeast lands. We currently, with respect to the Towns, we are currently in a regulatory process with an application to change the designation on a parcel of land from residential to commercial. But with that exception, the Towns lands are zoned as residential, but the opportunity does exist, obviously, to go forward and seek change.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, would we as a city administration and city hamper commercial development in the towns in any way? Are we open, like, I guess, are we open for business and commercial?
Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Your Worship, certainly if an individual approached us, that would be a discussion we'd entertain. However, at the end of the day, the overall city planning department and the regulatory process for the town's development would be the same as any other property development throughout the city. And so
Okay.
we'd have to follow that process with respect to any rezoning of those lands.
Okay, good. That's what I was kind of looking for, because it seems like there's some spots where we could use a little bit more commercial in that area, and then going north, you're going to run into Costco, so that's going to be a huge entity in itself. So, no, I'm good with that for now, so I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So we've seen this report one version or other a couple times. We've seen it come through private executive, and now council. We've also seen today, we've talked about the sale of land. We have the underutilized land study turning into a strategy. I've asked questions earlier about Broad Street, RRI. So my comments and questions here have to do with the bigger picture of land development as a strategy. And my questions, the answers I've been receiving is that we don't really have a real estate or land development strategy, and I'd like to change that. So I'd like to propose a motion here, an amendment, that administration return to executive committee with a framework for a city land and real estate development strategy in Q1 of 2019 that balances revenue generation with the short and long-term policy objectives outlined in the OCP and relevant city policies. Could I get a seconder for this?
Councilor Massanelli.
Great, thank you. So a couple of things motivating this. One, apparently there's money to be made in development. And we're going to see this with the towns. We've also seen a concentration of development influence in this city into just a few players. There was a recent merger. So most of the big projects going forward are handled by a few folks. And I think the city needs to be a player, especially in the context of Sask housing retreating, and especially in the context of what we see to the north, which is a very stable revenue stream in the city of Saskatoon. And I'd like us to kind of shift directions here. And I know that the statement is we're not in the development business. I get it. I would say to that, we don't have to pursue that in the long term. I actually think we should change course and figure out how we would use a strategy like this to balance social and economic policy. In fact, if you read the underutilized land study closely, that's something that's coming out, is that land development should balance economics with social policy objectives. So I'm hoping that we can set in motion this kind of change. To be clear, the framework component here is rather than just say, let's get into the development game right away. In Q1 of 2019, I'd like to see administration map out what the process would involve and how we would go from there. And I would invite administration to comment on your reading of this and where this would head us.
Mr. Lacy.
Through you, Your Worship. So I would characterize the city's involvement in land development as being very focused as specific opportunities arise. It's really been the policy direction as I describe it now. So you have the town's report in front of you now, that the genesis of the development in the towns was with respect to the province getting out of land development itself, and so the city, through council direction, is involved in land development there. Another example of a specific or a focused land development piece of work that the city's involved in is in relation to the Regina Revitalization Initiative and the lands associated with that. So once again, very focused, a very specific opportunity that council has directed administration to be an active participant in. More broadly, I think if you look across other municipalities, my understanding is, depending on the municipality, they take there's different approaches to development of land. by a municipality, and you mentioned a comparator being the city of Saskatoon, where very much they are in the land development business with long-term plans, long-term vision, very specific mandate around that provided to them by council. With respect to the motion, I just make a couple of comments. Quarter one, I don't think, given the work that would be involved in bringing, I think, something back to council and the priorities on the plate of the area that would be undertaking that work right now. I think quarter three or quarter four would be a more realistic, I think, date if council wished to direct administration to return with that report is what I would ask council to consider. And I think within the consideration of the various options that might be available to the city with respect to land development, that might be different than the approach taken today. I think there's a lot of variables within that that would need to be thought through and perspectives provided to council for their consideration. So I'd suggest quarter three or quarter four would be administration's preferred timeline should council wish to proceed.
Thank you. I'm happy to amend that to Q3. So I'm pleased with that response. I think that's precisely what I'm hoping to change. So rather than the ad hoc approach, a systematic citywide strategy that kind of connects all of these dots, puts us in the short term as well as the long term. I know we're not going to get there quickly, but I'm hoping 25, 30 years from now, we will see land development as a core business and revenue generation opportunity at the City of Regina. And I look forward to comments.
Thank you for that. Are the speakers to the amendment? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So we've been through this discussion before. So there's already been work done on this when we first acquired the lands for the towns. Am I correct? We talked about whether we're developers or real estate or what the plan was moving forward. Am I correct in thinking that we already have sort of a framework in place?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I would say the work, my understanding of the work that has been done specifically on the towns, but also on the RRI, have been very specific and focused on that piece of work and the options that would be available to council on how they wish to proceed with the development of those specific lands. As I understand this motion, it is much more broader in a policy perspective around what would be the opportunities and risk of the city playing a more proactive role in the land development business, if I could call it that, within the City of Regina.
Thank you. So we did debate whether we were developers or have real estate involved with the towns when it first came forward. So just so that's out there as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I think I have questions more than I have statements. In order to do this, you have to acquire land. And is the difference between us and Saskatoon that they'd been acquiring land over a long period of time, and so they had a lot of land to work with, correct? So,
Mr. Lacey?
Yeah.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Certainly, if you were in the land development business, you'd be looking 20 or 30 years out with respect to acquiring land for potential future development.
And so what would be the ways in which we could acquire land?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I would I don't have specific information about the options that would be available. I would suspect they would be very similar to how the private sector would acquire land looking outwards, right? I think that would be one of the challenges as well when you looked at this is what land would be available in 20 or 30 years, what would be the mechanism to finance that, et cetera. But the actual acquisition, I would assume, would follow a very similar process that you would see with other developers with respect to land that's on the market for purchase.
So the land that we have for the towns came through the federal housing, correct? And so was it costly for us?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, the land was acquired through Sask Housing, an agency of the province of Saskatchewan, and there was a a price associated with that. I think it was approximately $7 million, if I recall correctly.
So this would be costly for us to do this. We'd have to put it into our budgets for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This request for a report will eat up all kinds of administrative resources and time, and we've got pressing issues to deal with, many on our plate. I don't think that we should be burdening the administration with requests which are largely hypothetical in nature. There's been no discussion to indicate any change in the city's approach to land development. We have, as Councillor Bryce noted, in the past discussed this kind of thing, and there was no appetite for the city getting into the land development business. I think this is a costly and largely hypothetical request that will get us nowhere. I'm also concerned about whether it's even in order. This comes as an amendment to the town's land development project status update be reported and approved. I don't see the relationship between this, which is a massive policy request, coming out of a very specific motion. So I'm not in favor of this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell on the amendment.
Thanks. So to Councillor Stevens first, I want to apologize because I thought I heard an echo in the chamber. The echo was about 5 or 6 years old, but it was still reverberating in my head. So I tried this a number of years ago. To Councillor Young, at the time that, was it SAS Housing? SAS Housing owned the land, and at the time that they offered that land, they offered another piece of land. It's now called Coopertown. So there was 2 opportunities there. And the price was, at the time even, I would think, qualified as low. Of course, it was barren land and all that kind of stuff. So at the time, of course, we had that development opportunity, and we chose not to do it. I will say from a personal perspective, that's my greatest disappointment as a member of council that that wasn't gone through. 2, we've had this discussion, but we haven't really had this discussion publicly. And I think to the motion, I think it's a healthy discussion to have public. Whether we do it or not will play out however it does. And so to the idea of having a public discussion on this, then I am supportive. Now, what the outcome will be to be determined in this format. Thanks.
Councillor Massanelli.
Thanks. I seconded the motion. I tend to support it. Looking back on Mr. Weary's comments, some have mentioned silos in the city, communication. By the singular nature, how you answered the answers about the RRI, the infill, and the towns, it sounds like we're operating with 3 different mindsets. I think this sets a course to the 20-year mark where we will be operating with a more focused mindset, looking at the city as a whole, and I think that's important. And I think Councillor O'Donnell's pretty smart, so I'm going to take some advice.
Heard that again, please.
It's another echo that's from other speakers. Councillor Young, could you take the chair, please?
Mayor Foucher? Mayor, oh. It's on. It's on.
There we go. Okay. We have been here before in the public discussion. We have been discussing this for some time, and the way that I read this motion, it's a sweeping discussion about whether we should be land developers. I don't think that's our core business, as Councillor Stephen used the term, it should become our core business. We own less than 7% of the land in the city. If we were Saskatoon, I would say, yes, there's money to be made here. Yes, it's all fine. We should do that. It's not our core business. The previous council said explicitly we don't want to get into that business. It would be an incredible cost to purchase land. land that we could be using for other objectives we have in the city. Other objectives for whatever it might be, social policy development, whatever it might be. To pull that money off of us when we have a limited amount of cash to begin with, certainly in reserves, would be difficult. And where we find the land. If we're going to go into the market and buy land, it's a competitive market, and the price goes up. So while I understand the objectives of this, I won't support the motion. It is a lot of work to do, but we have spoken before as a council to be in the land development business in the same sort of tone or objective as Saskatoon or other cities that own a lot of land. I just think that we shouldn't do that, because we will be cutting off resources to do other priorities that we have stated as this council and previous ones have done. If we had more land, that'd be something different. It isn't clear what the final objective of this would be, other than a lot of work to come forward on this. So I would urge members of council to say no to this. We already have strategies in development for our land in the towns, for the RRI, the 2 parcels of land as well. That we've already got a framework for that in terms of policy development. We're already there. Let's not spend time developing a policy to buy a lot of land that's going to get us in debt and pulls us away from our core business.
I don't think he had 5 minutes.
Councilor Murray.
Thanks. I've got a question for administration. Generally, when we would look at a proposal like this, it would have significant stakeholder engagement. I have a good feeling on what the stakeholders would likely say. What would you anticipate a market disruption like this could potentially cause? I just want to know what we would even be getting ourselves into, if that's a concern.
Mr. Lacey? Ms. Harlech, they're all pointing at you now.
It'd be a different story if we started this 20, 30 years ago, but at this point, that's my question.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I think the issue is that to what the mayor was saying, there was consultation done actually a few years ago to Councillor O'Donnell's conversation. And you're right, the industry at that time was very clear that they didn't feel that this was something that the city should be getting into. Like, we have lands and that we should be moving forward with those lands, but looking at different models. And at that time, there was 3 models for different lands, and that was that we develop it ourselves, that we go into a joint venture, or we hire a land manager, or we sell it. I guess that's the fourth option. And so that each piece of land was going to be looked at based on the needs for that land and the objectives for those lands. And that was kind of the discussion back in a few years ago when I was working with those files.
I guess what I'm asking for is maybe some precedent on cities that have done this sort of late in the game, per se. Has there been catastrophic issues with it? That's my question. Or is there any examples we can even look at?
Ms. Harlech?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I think at the end of the day, it's being fair and equitable, and that's what the industry said. If you're going to get into the land development game, you need to play by the exact same rules that they play by. And that means no preferential treatment. All of those things is their issue, I think. And that's where the industry was coming from. So no, I wouldn't say that there's anything that would be, to that point, that would be catastrophic. I think to the point, though, Saskatoon has been in the land business because they started with a land bank. I actually wrote a paper on it in university, and it was because of getting land for tax title properties, and so they were in it for a very long time. So us going forward to that would be, we have our existing land base, but right now the major land bases are all purchased by the larger land developers already.
So, being that you wrote a paper on it, what percentage of land? How many years ago? What percentage of land did Saskatoon own, and was it parceled out in a way that could have development? Like, I know my understanding is our land is very spread out and kind of in small pieces. So that's what I want to know.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I don't want to. It was many years ago, Councillor Stevens.
We're not aging.
I wrote that, but The issue is that we only own 5% of the land base right now, and it is spread out in different areas of the city, whereas Saskatoon was able to get core pieces of land, and they were going through a different process than where we are at today.
Okay. Thank you very much for the information. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just a couple of comments, and I think it's a little different because if you look back at Saskatoon, I think it was back in the 60s when they were buying land, and 70s, and so now they're finally seeing the fruits after 50 years. I think as a taxpayer, I'd be going like, really? You're hanging on to my money and putting interest and charges? If you look at Harvard Developments, they bought the Harbor Landing land back 58 years ago or something like that. Finally, 10 years ago, they started to realize it. If that was public money that was sitting and hanging, I think the councillors of that era would be hanging alongside, leaving it out. Land banks are great, but if you're trying to get in it in the last 25 years, you'll go broke, because you might have made some money, but now you're left with hanging fruits everywhere, and nobody knows what's going on. So I just think that I know, yeah, you're right, Councillor Bryce. We had this discussion, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and I heard what Councillor O'Donnell said, and I don't disagree with it to a point, but the city's not in the business of land, I don't think. I mean, we've been told to get out of so many different things, and I don't know why we would even consider wanting to go start in getting back into something when we only own, like, as Ms. Harlock said, 5%. So if we own 25%, it might be a little different, because then you could leverage, but we don't have that leverage.
Thank you. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. 5 years ago, the discussion was about going to the business. My question was, what's the cost of our administration, and what do we have to do? The pros and cons on having another let's say, entity in the city to manager of this and all that. What's the so that was the question then. What is the price that we have to pay to get to that, like Saskatoon? I mean, if you would have had Coopertown lands up there and something in the southeast, I mean, that's a bigger chunk. I can see us getting into that business. So back then, already 5 years ago, I mean, you can see that if we had a whole bunch of money hanging around it to buy something and hang on to it, and I mean, like listening to Councilor O'Donnell saying, well, in 50 years or 30 years, what our grandkids going to be doing, I can see that. But right now, it's a stress. So I don't think I can support that. I didn't support it 5 year ago because of that. I mean, we don't have enough land to really get into that business. And if we're going to start buying it, I mean, I can see the troubles. We got a lot of other places that we can put our cash in as we grow. And two, the question was, the comments were made, how do we buy land? I mean, what, do we annex it? I mean, when we do annex it, we're paying 15 times more. If we go out there to buy off another developer, how much is that going to cost? Right? So I would leave it alone. I mean, I don't think, and I'm talking about administration going all that work. I think we know what we're doing, so I would just leave it alone the way it is. So I'm not going to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Stevens, you want to close debate? 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. So all I'm really hearing are anecdotal perspectives on the implications. Maybe, perhaps. What I'm actually asking for is some research, and I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing the industry didn't want us to do it. Of course they didn't want us to do it. And in Saskatoon, the advantage there is, as part of the industry and part of the development community, they can start dictating and they can start calling the shots. That's what we should be doing, instead of really just submitting to a handful of partners that lead the charge on development. Where do we get the land? We're in the prairies. I think there's a lot that's actually surround the city. And there's a budget line item that we have approved to purchase some land for particular purposes. And I think we need a strategy in place so when land does come on the market, and we've had this conversation really early on in our term, we'd have a mechanism in place to help us make decisions. I think 25 years from now, 30 years from now, councillors will be saying, well, we should have done this 25 years from now. I think that's the conversation that's going to be taking place down the road. to Councillor Young's point about how much would this cost, well, again, evidence. I want to know how much this would cost if we're thinking short and long term. We're going to make decisions about what to do with parcels of land. How do we guide that strategy? What presents these opportunities? $7 million for what's projected to be a 20% return on investment in a very short period of time. For me, that's sound financial decision making. We're not in the development business. True, but that can change. And secondly, it's like saying you don't want to be in the revenue generation business. I think all the evidence that I've seen points to the fact that there is money to be made in the short and long term. I think if we're patient and we see this as an investment, we can go ahead, especially if it means balancing social and economic objectives. And that was explicitly stated in the underutilized land study. I understand a previous council made a decision. It's not the same council, and I think it's worthy of future discussion. And I think people down the road in the city would look favorably at the past if we went ahead with a strategy like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve. You've closed debate, so I'll call the question on your amendment. All those in favor? All those against? Motion's defeated. Okay. Yeah, no. Main motion on to receive and file on the towns. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Wait for Councillor Bresciani to come back in. Not yet. Will you?
Yeah, let's call, yeah.
So we have a notice of motion. I will let Councillor Hawkins read the actual motion itself, not the preamble, and it's not debatable.
Thank you. Given the hour, I'll be brief. One, all city council and council committee meetings be deemed to be adjourned 4 hours and 30 minutes after such meetings have been called to order, with no further business being conducted beyond that point. That is a hard stop after 4 hours and 30 minutes. And two, that a mandatory 15-minute health break be called by the chair of all council and council committee meetings near the 2 hour and 15-minute point of such meetings. And three, city council instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary amendments to the procedure bylaw number 9004 for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to wish my colleagues in council and your families a very Merry Christmas. To our administration, you have helped us throughout the year to make some big decisions and move our city forward. So on behalf of council, to you and your family, have a wonderful Christmas and all the best in 2019. And to those who are still watching on television, very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So I ask that for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Bryce, seconder. Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ho, ho, ho.